Hi, everyone. Come on in. We're going to have people trickling in during this time. I'm so happy you came to volunteer time forth with us. She's helping us be a translator today. Brigitte Mars is one of the most amazing women I know when it comes to herbology and plant medicine. I've admired her. I've read all of her books. I've just been in awe about her most of my life, and we have the privilege where she's actually giving a workshop here is tremendous. I'm very blessed that she was able to spend some of her time with us today. My name's Mavis Salazar, and I own Grandmother's House of Herbs and Cures. That's this spot here. Co-owner is Natasha Dana, who's back there. And we provide services and education for people who want to learn about health, wellness, well-being, and a good way of life. And so that's who we are. So we're really honored today that you're spending time with us in this amazing workshop with an amazing person. So also we're going to be offering a 30-hour program here. So the flyers on your chairs. So if you want to know more information, go ahead and contact me, and we can talk about it a little bit more later on. You do have a flyer. My contact information is on that. And so people will be trickling in, and I'm going to give her the floor, and so I'm so honored. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mavis. Well, good morning. I'm just going to chat for a few minutes before I get deep into herbs, because I know people are lost. But welcome again for showing up on a Sunday morning. I'm Brigitte Mars. It's actually a French name. It rhymes with sweet. You know, sweet Brigitte. So, okay, there you go. And I've been working with herbal medicine for, gosh, I have a daughter who's 43, so it must be like 46 years or something like that. My grandmother was French-Canadian, so when I met Mavis and Natasha and they said the name of their store was like Grandmother's Herbs, I thought, oh, how cool, because, you know, grandmothers have long been carriers of this, you know, ancient tradition. And I grew up in upstate New York, but I would go visit my French-Canadian grandmother, and she made soap in a cauldron, and her idea of ice cream was to put maple syrup on snow, and you know, I remember finding a little wounded bird in the woods one time, and we got to put herbal salve on it, and of course I wanted to keep it as a pet, but, you know, it had to fly away, but I thought, I want to be able to do that when I get older. That's amazing. And do we want Ophelia in here? She's so cool. Where's she? She's like being the welcomer.
Oh, she's totally bored. Yeah. Yeah, quickly.
Yeah, some are, you know. Here, the younger ones that figured it out early. My son-in-law says, if you're not early, you're late. You know? So I'm just going to take a moment here. Do any of you go to Rhythm Sanctuary? Yeah? Yeah, I think we're going this week. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because we're headed to Tribal Visions and going to Rhythm Sanctuary first, so. I've never been, but it sounds good. Okay, yes. Welcome, everyone.
I was looking for them, too. I was like, where are they?
You're welcome, people.
Thank you.
So, not only did I learn from my grandmother, when I was a teenager, I went to an all-girls school, and I decided that I was going to use the school as a way to learn more about herbs. So, if I had to write a paper on chemistry, I would write about plant chemistry. If I had to write a paper in French, I would write about herbal medicine during the French Revolution. If I had to write, you know, something about history, I would write about herbal medicine during the French Revolution, or something of that nature. I was always trying to turn it into a way that I could learn about herbs. And the reason I say this is because there are a lot of young people who really kind of feel this in their bones, that this is what they want to do with their life. And rather than thinking that they're wasting time in school, know that you can really, you know, gear classes, because usually you get a choice of what you want to write a paper on. I also became sort of the alternative to the school nurse at the school, because the girls would come to my room and say, you know, I've got a headache or I've got cramps, and I would try out some herbs on them. Even though I was young, I thought, my grandmother, she didn't have a big education, and yet this is medicine for the people. And I eventually was expelled from school for some of those herbs. But now they've written a big story on me, and they have like a case in the library of all the books that they're graduate, and they sent me my diploma about 5 years ago. Here, I've been a Naropa University professor for years, and I just got my high school diploma about 5 years ago.
That's amazing.
And I also drank my first beer then, but I think that was the last one since. But after Miss Hall School for Young Ladies, I lived in the Virgin Islands in St. Croix, and really learned a lot about the medicine of the people, of the Crucian people, the folk remedies of lemongrass and aloe vera and soursop fruits, things that grew wild in the rainforest. I helped open up a natural food store there, a natural foods restaurant, and we would go out and harvest seaweed and rinse it and hang it up on a clothesline to dry. So I learned that the jungles were full of food. And it was kind of crazy, like why would people go buy imported food that came from the mainland when the jungle was full of free fruit, egg fruit and soursop and things like that. So that was so rich to me. And I lived in Miami for a couple years. I went to college, opened up a vegetarian restaurant there called The Supernatural. But I'd say probably the best learning experience of my life was I lived in a teepee for 2.5 years in Missouri and ate nothing but wild edible plants. I have 2 daughters, Sunflower and Rainbow. People always ask them, like, were your parents hippies? And they just kind of roll their eyes, like, what do you think? Not everyone, but so Rainbow was born in the teepee. Rainbow's a supermodel now. You can look at her YouTubes and all that. I'll pass this around just for fun. Rainbow Mars, born in a teepee under a double rainbow, so there was no way to not go through with her, naming her that. And Sunflower. So after living in the teepee, I came to Boulder in 1976 to go to massage school. I figured that would be a good place to learn anatomy and physiology and pathology and get certified in nutrition. And so I did that. When I was growing up, I used to say, someday, I'm going to work on Broadway. And I did. I worked on Broadway and Arapahoe for about 20 years, and now I work part-time at Broadway and Alpine and Pharmaca. So be very specific what you wish for. I always would tell my daughters, pray for someone who loves you as much as you love them at the same time. That clause, that is so important. So anyways, I love this herbal path. I'm just so delighted to be here and help share a little bit of this with you. And I think what I'm going to do today is give an introduction to herbs, and then I would love to pass a sheet of paper around and give everybody the opportunity to write down a topic that you'd like me to speak on today. Okay? Because that keeps it interesting for me, and maybe some of you are saying, oh, I hope she talks about fertility, or I hope she talks about hemorrhoids, or I hope she talks about, attention deficit or something like that. So I really want this class to be something that you all leave with. So I'm going to start with this little sheet of paper and pass this around, and I'm going to start with you. And I love unusual subjects. I'm from Boulder, so we can talk about anything. So there you go. And I use herbs for body, mind, and spirit. So, a lot of times people feel unsure about how they can get started with herbs. There's sometimes a little fear. What about, mixing herbs together? Am I going to kill somebody if I mix peppermint and chamomile together? Will anything bad happen? So I want to just set it straight here that mixing herbs together, don't worry about that. I know there's dangers in mixing drugs together, but with herbal medicine, one thing my friend Rosemary Gladstar says is before you embark upon taking an herb every day, 3 times a day, really is like a routine, it's good to read about it in 3 different places, not from the same author. So I think that makes sense. When you buy a bottle of something at the health food store, read about it in 3 different books, or 3 different websites or something. It's good to know the properties of a plant. So for example, there might be an herb that wakes you up, like yerba mate, okay? And then there might be some herbs that make you sleepy, like valerian or chamomile. If you mix those 2 together, you might negate one or the other, but you're not going to cause kidney damage or liver failure or some, horrible travesty. So just let go of that. So a really good place to get started with herbs is to use them more in food. And we do that all the time, but a lot of times we don't realize that we already have a little apothecary on our kitchen shelf. So I think it's a great idea when you buy herbs for the culinary arts that you take them out of the plastic bag and put them in a glass jar, because plastic doesn't seal in the essential oils. And it's good to label it. When you follow a recipe and it says use a teaspoon of basil, usually they're talking about dried herb. But if you're using fresh herb, double the amount, because fresh herbs have a lot of water weight in them. So if you're just collecting basil from your garden, then you want to use twice as much. But all of the culinary herbs are actually good for digestion. And most of the culinary herbs that we use are high in essential oils that are going to increase circulation to the digestive tract. So I'm sure a lot of you here know that when you add, cumin or coriander or oregano to a pot of beans, or add anise or fennel or oregano or basil to a tomato sauce, it's going to be more digestible. It's also going to taste better. But the whole idea of adding culinary herbs to food had a lot to do with preserving your food. So in the days before refrigeration, it was really imperative that you had some great herbs to preserve your food. So keep in mind that all of the culinary herbs are rich in essential oils, just like aromatherapy essential oils. So you could make an essential oil out of cumin, coriander, and oregano, and basil. And those essential oils, all of them are antimicrobial. And when I say antimicrobial, I want to say antifungal, antiviral, antibacterial. So right there, that's a medicinal use of plants. So, start using more of the culinary herbs. One mistake that we often make is we store our culinary herbs in jars, maybe right above the stove. But if your herbs are always getting exposed to light and heat, that's kind of the decimation of your herbs. So it's better to store them away from light and heat, put them in a cupboard. I like to recycle vitamin bottles that are often brown or amber colored. Those are great. And it's good to label your herbs because, 6 months from now you might say, is this for tea? Do I smoke this? Do I use this in spaghetti? What do I do? So please label. You might know today what it is, but 6 months from now it could all be a huge blur. So most of the culinary herbs that we use are in 2 different families. So a lot of the culinary herbs that we use, many of them are in the mint family. And one thing common about the mint family is they always have a square stem. So if you feel a plant, like this is called Russian sage, notice that the stem is not round, it's actually a square stem. So there we go. So the mint family, square stem. Also, we can say that the leaves are opposite each other, and then they alternate. So they don't grow like one here and one there. They grow directly opposite each other, like a pear, like a mated pear, and then they alternate north and south, east and west, north and south, east and west. I have no idea where I am, so don't use that to find directions. And then the other big family is the It's called the parsley family. Parsley family. So just for fun, parsley family, what's unique about them? The way they grow, their flowering head tends to look like a little umbrella. They actually used to call this family the umbelliferae, but they changed it to Apiaceae. But for all practical purposes, I'm just going to call it the parsley family. And the mint family is actually the Lamiaceae. So just for fun, tell me the names of some culinary herbs that you have on your shelf. They might not all fit in here. There's no wrong answers. Cilantro. Cilantro is a parsley family member. And it's interesting because if you plant coriander seeds, you get cilantro. And if you let the cilantro go to seed, you get coriander again. It's one of those, what came first, the chicken or the egg? Things we're going to wonder about. So coriander. And yet they have two completely different flavors. So besides coriander, what else do we have on our shelf?
Lemon balm.
Lemon balm is a mint. Lemon balm. If you know someone named Melissa, you could say, oh, your name means honey leaf. And one of the things I love about lemon balm, it's a wonderful herb to plant to help support the bee population. We all know the bees are dying at an alarming rate. And if you were to plant lemon balm, it's very easy to grow, very forgiving. It comes back year after year. We pretty much, it's been kind of droughty in the past, few weeks, I think, because I've been out of the country, but it looks like it's been dry. But the lemon balm is still surviving, even if it hasn't had water. So lemon balm, you can make lemon balm cookies. You can make, just crush lemon balm up and put it in your water. It's great for attention deficit. Maybe you know somebody with attention deficit. Maybe you are, thank you. Maybe you are somebody with attention deficit. Thank you, purple, my favorite color. Okay, so what else do we have on our shelves? Cardamom. Cardamom. So cardamom is actually in the ginger family. It's a relative of ginger and turmeric, so we won't put it up there. And they're like from the tropics, but good one. They're related too. Basil. Basil is a mint. Okay, what else? Thyme. Thyme.
Fennel.
Fennel goes over here. And what tastes a lot like fennel?
Anise.
Anise. So fennel and anise are both in this parsley family.
Dill.
Dill. There you go. Dill. There's actually a remedy that you can buy at the health food stores called gripe water. It's a remedy for baby's colic. And it's basically dill seed tea. And the word dill and lullaby come from the same root word because dill helps to lull your children to sleep. Let's see, what else? Think. Parsley.
Say baby.
Then what?
Rosemary.
Rosemary and thyme. Yes. Okay. Oregano. Oregano's a mint. And I will say I am really loving oregano right now. It is one of the best herbs for bronchial infection. So when you get the serious deep lung infection, think oregano. And, if you buy oregano in capsules, it's even better if you bite into the capsule and then feel all this warmth here in your chest area. I think a mistake a lot of people make is they use an herb that's good for their lungs, like maybe a cough syrup, and then they drink water right afterwards. And can you see how that sends it right down to your stomach, and now it's got to go through your intestines and, take hours to come back through again. Like, no, you want that warmth and that pungent quality right here in your lungs. Okay, anything else? Let's see, what goes good in rye bread?
Caraway.
Caraway, yeah, good caraway. Caraway, if you feed it to your chickens and geese, it's supposed to keep them faithful. They will stay close to your farm. They won't fly to a neighbor's farm. And it's said to help keep your mates faithful as well. Oh, yeah. So, unfortunately, my ex-husband did not like caraway. But I tried. I really, I'm doing
Well,
fine.
that's a good test for whether you're gonna have a relationship or not. You like caraway.
You like caraway, yes. Okay, what else? Dill, can I think of any others? Well, parsley, of course. You know, parsley's not just a decoration on the plate. Parsley freshens your breath, good reason to eat it after a meal. And parsley is a gypsy folk remedy for improving your vision. And it's good for the prostate gland, good for the bladder. Only women, women don't have a prostate gland, but actually had an argument with somebody about that. It's okay. Let's see. Celery seed would be in this family, although most of the celery seed used in North America goes into Bloody Mary mix. Okay, but you know, that's a use. Celery seed is actually a great remedy for gout and arthritis. So you could make a tea of celery seed.
Bloody Mary medicine.
Bloody Mary medicine, okay? I hear that's good on a Sunday morning for some. So, you know, really, the reason I say it's interesting to see what families different plants are in, because that becomes a frame of reference. You know, if you meet someone, you say, oh, I didn't know Natasha was Mavis's daughter. Oh, I didn't know you were Billy's sister-in-law. So, you know, what family you're part of always becomes a frame of reference. And it gets really easy to start, you know, determining you know, plant families, because very often the plants look similar. Like they all have the umbrella, and we could say about turmeric and ginger, if you've ever seen turmeric in the stores, don't they look similar?
Yes, they do.
Yeah, the Zingiberaceae family actually means shaped like a horn. So think of a turmeric root and a ginger root, it's kind of like shaped like a horn. Bullwinkle or something like that, okay? So we can start with the culinary herbs. And, you know, a nice thing about that is, you know, we could really think about every meal we eat having some kind of therapeutic properties to them. And, you know, when we think back in history, you know, one of the things that world explorers were looking for, not only were they looking for gold, we know that was a given, but they were looking for spices. And they were looking for fabrics. Those were all really important commodities. And, you know, I think most of us know that Columbus was not the first white person to come to North America. But one of the things he was looking for was pepper. And pepper was actually a commodity in Europe that was used to pay taxes, dowries, bridge tolls, rent. You could pay in peppercorns. So Columbus was looking for pepper, he was trying to find a shorter way to get to India, and when he got to the Caribbean, he found cayenne pepper, which is not even in the same family as black pepper. Black pepper is a relative of kava kava, but cayenne pepper is a relative of tomatoes and potatoes and eggplant and green pepper and tobacco. Thank you. So I've been asking you all to pass a list around of topics you want me to talk about today. Anyone not get this? Okay, so we'll make sure it goes back there as well. Yes, keep those interesting topics going, because I never know what I'm going to talk about, and that makes it so fun for me. Okay, so culinary herbs. And use more of them, you know, and really kind of get into it. Find yourself some cookbooks that have ideas and recipes. Now, I'm going to pass around another book that I've written. I've written 13 books, something I do in my spare time. Yeah. I didn't write any books until my kids grew up and left home. All right, before that, I wrote magazine articles. And then when my kids grew up, it was like, I'm going to turn those articles into a book. So, and for those of you who have iPhones, I actually have an phone app out called iPlant. I'm going to trust you. I'm going to show you how much I trust you. I'll pass my phone around. It's very psychedelic on the back here. And I've got a little phone app. And it's called iPlant. A couple of Mormon Navy SEALs helped me do this. I could not have done it without them. I know nothing about this techno world. Forgive my language, but you know, have you ever seen that thing on Facebook, like shit happens in the world religions?
Yeah.
You know, like, you've heard that, right? Mm-hmm. So to the Mormons, if shit happens, we're ready. So,
Oh, yes.
you get locked in the back of a car, you've got, I plan, as soon as you get out, you'll know what you can eat out there. So, besides herbal teas, besides food and herbs, another great place to get started is herbal teas. And teas are inexpensive. They have long been medicine for the people. I also like the idea that we can taste the herbs. So when we drink herbal teas, our brain starts responding because our taste buds and our nasal passages are in very close proximity to our brain. So smelling and tasting is really very medicinal. So when we're sick, it can be a great thing to, usually we have to drink more liquid anyways, so drinking herbal teas is going to give us that. But then we're also, smelling the peppermint or the ginger or the chamomile, or I think also known as manzanilla. So we're getting that benefit. And we're also, in drinking a cup of herbal tea, it's an opportunity for affirmation. We could be saying to ourselves, I'm strengthening my nervous system. I'm calming my irritated bladder. I'm opening my lungs. So, I think that when we drink herbal tea, it gives us a little time to think about what we're doing rather than swallowing a handful of capsules, 6 or 7 at a time and not really being mindful of what we're doing. A lot of herbalists even like to bite into capsules or tablets when they take them because then at least you taste them. That's a little hardcore, but that's a test of how into it you are. Okay, so herbal tea, and if you are wanting to expand upon your herbal repertoire, I'd say that tea bags are great and convenient, but in order for an herbal formula to go into a tea bagging machine, they pretty much have to grind it into a powder. And when you grind herbs into a powder, the essential oils evaporate very quickly. So it's really better if you could have the herbs in a more whole form rather than ground into a powder. So same thing too for the culinaires. Now, she looks like someone who would be going to an herb class. But...
Oh, she's going to the bathroom.
Okay. They're definitely going to an herb class. There's just that look about them. So if you could buy your herbs in a more whole form, I think that's a great idea. And even back to the culinary herbs, good chefs know that you're going to make better food if you grind the herbs fresh. If you have a choice between buying whole cumin seed, which also falls into this, rather than powdered cumin, the whole cumin seed is going to be better. The whole coriander seed is going to be better. Don't buy powdered fennel and expect it to be as good. And I will also say, you could make a tea with any of the culinary herbs. It's the middle of the night, and the Botanica is closed, the health food stores are closed. 7-Eleven doesn't sell herbs except herbal speed for truck drivers. But you could make a tea out of fennel seed for a stomach ache, or thyme for a cold. So don't think that these are any lesser just because we cook with them. So get to start making your own herbal teas and mixing things together. And even though it might seem a little daunting about mixing things together, I'm going to tell you a really easy formula that goes back to the Middle Ages, is to have 3 different plants from 3 different parts of the plants. So for example, let's say someone has a cold, we could think of, let's see, is there an herb any of you like to use for a cold?
Marshmallow.
Okay, so we could use elderberry, so that's a berry, and then we could use marshmallow root, so that's a root, and then maybe lemon balm leaf.
I like mint.
Oh, okay, or mint leaf.
Slippery elm, like bark.
Or slippery elm bark. Or we could use echinacea root with elderberry and peppermint leaf. So, that could be just a really simple formula of mixing herbs together. Maybe if we had a digestive problem, so let's think of 3 different plants using 3 different parts. So for digestive upset, you've got stomach ache, ginger root, peppermint leaf, and maybe anisophenol seed. So right there, you've got an herbal formula. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. And there's also a wonderful art of herbs. It's called simples, where you just use one herb. And I think when you're just starting to learn about herbs, it can be really revelatory just to use one herb, so you kind of get to know the taste and the effect of it. Just to be very mindful and present with that one plant. Okay, so herbal teas, mix them together. You can, I think most of you probably know we don't want to use aluminum cookware. We want to use glass or stainless steel. Aluminum is a very soft metal. If you're still using aluminum cookware, you want to get rid of it because it could be a contributing factor in having Alzheimer's disease later on. All right, not good. When they've done autopsies on people with dementia and Alzheimer's and Parkinson's, they often have high levels of aluminum in their brains. We're also getting aluminum in non-dairy coffee creamers, in commercial deodorants, and in aluminum foil. You don't need to use aluminum foil for baking potatoes or baking fish. Get away from that. That's really very toxic. It's a very soft metal. You can bake a potato on a stainless steel baking sheet if you want to do that. So I think that's, a lot of people are caught up in that. Don't store your food in aluminum. And for, young people, I'm going to say something about smoking cannabis, which is, legal in our state now. But I see young people smoking out of aluminum pipes, out of a lighter, with a butane lighter, and then holding this butane lighter fuel in. That's not good for your brain. So, no. Tell people, no. Get yourself a little wick in a glass pipe or something, if that's what you're going to do. All right, so doesn't that make sense? Mm-hmm. This is like everything. We have to look at what are we doing that's harming our health. Okay, so herbal teas, herbal food, then we've got herbal tinctures. Tinctures are things you see in the health food store that are little glass dropper bottles. They're often herbs that have been steeped in food-grade alcohol, maybe vodka or brandy. They're usually let to sit for about a month. My grandmother would collect herbs around the time of the full moon and then strain them the next full moon. I think had she been born a couple hundred years earlier, that could get you in big trouble.
Did she practice any kind of ritual during that time doing it?
Well, she was French Canadian and she was very Catholic, but she also read tea leaves, and I think there was always this cross thing about I think being attuned to the planets was really her thing. But I think that there was a lot of you had to be really careful not to be called a witch. Right. All right? Even though I thought but she reads tea leaves and cards. But, you just had to keep a lid on that.
I just have a quick question. What happened in that period of time? Will she take the herbs, on the full moon, and then strain them to dry them?
No, she would leave them sitting in alcohol, or in apple cider vinegar. So they would be making medicine during that whole month. So they're steeping in there, and she might chop the herbs up. And again, this isn't really a class on making tinctures, but that is the kind of thing that I do. Did all of you get a flyer about and I will say I'm not teaching September 12th in Boulder. I'm going to be at Tribal Vision, so that's the one class that's not happening.
So is it all herbs, or it's okay to sit for a month or something? You might want to leave a year.
You could leave them even longer, because I remember when I started hearing about germ warfare, when we were talking about, the Middle East and the crises there, we got to get ready, there's going to be germ warfare. I actually made up a very ancient formula called 4 Thieves vinegar that was used during the bubonic plague, and I just put all the herbs in a jar and I covered them with apple cider vinegar. And I let them sit for years.
And how many?
Maybe they're still sitting there. That was a long time ago. So they're still sitting there. But if there is germ warfare or anthrax or avian flu or something like that, or what was the other thing we were worried about? Ebola. Then they'll strain it and have it on hand.
So
it doesn't.
Cinnamon.
St. John's wort, oregano, thyme, rosemary. There's different variations on it, but supposedly during the bubonic plague, there were these 4 thieves, and they were going to hang them, but they thought, well, let's use them to go collect the dead bodies in the city and put them in a cart and take them to these mass graves. And somehow these thieves not only collected the bodies, but they managed to like take whatever rings or gold teeth or, you know, valuables, and nobody even wanted to touch these people. So now the thieves, you know, they're just getting themselves into deeper and deeper trouble. Okay, well, we won't execute you if you tell us how you avoided the plague. And it was basically this folk remedy, rosemary, thyme, St. John's wort, garlic. I don't think cinnamon and cloves were part of it, to be honest, Ulfima, but those are part of the essential oil, new modern version of it, like thieves that I think Young Living makes. So that's not the traditional method, but there's many varieties of it, and you know that would work too. So anyway, supposedly they would drink a little shot of it, they would soak their bandanas in this mixture, and then they would also wash their hands with this very antimicrobial mixture.
What's the difference between using like vinegar and alcohol in a tincture?
Well, you know, a lot of people don't want to use alcohol because they've had a history of alcohol abuse, or pregnant nursing mothers might not want to use alcohol. I sometimes see people come in pharmaca and they want to buy a tincture for their liver, like milk thistle seed, and I say, well, maybe don't get it in alcohol, get the capsules instead, or so, you know, alcohol might not be such a great thing.
But the extraction process is similar?
Well, alcohol is a very potent medium to extract both the water-soluble and the alcohol-soluble properties of the plant. So I really like it. It's also a great preservative. One of my friends, Susan Weed, an herbalist, likes to say, tinctures made in alcohol, you can give them to your grandchildren's grandchildren. Whereas the shelf life of tinctures made in vinegar is not as long. But if you know, once you strain the herbs out, I like to store the tincture, the marc, actually the menstruum, the liquid in the refrigerator, and then compost the herbs that you strain out. You can also use vegetable glycerin, but that's not as strong. Alcohol is the strongest medium. Some people use Everclear, which I think tastes terrible, and if you use Everclear, you need to add 50% water. Okay?
How long is not as long for the vinegar?
Like a couple years.
Okay.
Yeah, but if you leave the herbs in there for a long time, they're going to stay good. Okay.
Do you add 50% water after you have done the Everclear part? Or
No, at the same time.
At the same time.
Yeah, good question. Whereas if you use vodka or brandy, you don't need to add any water. And for some reason, I do it really simply. I don't like measure. I just kind of make sure the herbs are submerged in alcohol. So, you know, I don't want to make this class about medicine making because that would be really nice to do with a lab and jars and actual herbs. So this is just sort of like, you know, get going, get started, get a little information download. If you want to make your own medicines, I'll pass this book around. There's a lot of info in there. And also, I'm really happy about this book because when I worked at Alfalfa's, people would come in and say, I'm looking for a little spice like this. And I said, if I ever do a Materia Medica book, I'm going to have the name of every herb in French, Spanish, Italian, German, you know, if appropriate, Hebrew, Hindi, Sanskrit. So I love that. So language is really fun for me. Okay, so herbal teas, herbal capsules. So herbal capsules or tablets, for a lot of people, that's going to be the most comfortable way of using herbs. You want your, you know, your husband or your grandmother or auntie or someone to take some herbs. They might be used to taking pills. You might even be able to sneak some into their mix. Of course, you know, don't give them hallucinogens or anything without their knowledge. But, you know, you could slip some St. John's wort in there for their depression or something that would really help them. But you know, that also brings up a question about, well, how do we know how much to use? And, you know, you don't always know. And, you know, a lot of times when I work with clients, I really just pray that I'm guided to speak the truth and be a good download for them. But we could say, in general, that 1 cup of tea equals 1 dropper full, not a drop, but a dropper full of tincture equals maybe 1 or 2 capsules. And the reason I say 1 or 2 capsules is because capsules can really vary in size. You can have little tiny pills like the Chinese patent formulas. Some of those you might take 10. So it's good to look at the labels of what the capsules and tablets say. But it may be that you have a cup of tea in the morning and then, you go to work and a tincture is going to be more convenient, or to take 2 capsules, and maybe before bed you don't want to drink a lot of water because you'll have to get up to pee. And so maybe 2 capsules or a dropper full of tincture would serve you well that way. But we could also look at, there's different types of conditions. So for example, let's say you have a chronic condition. Should I get my phone back?
Would you like your phone back?
Well, no, just when just when it's done, I'll take it back.
Would that be between iPlan?
I planned. It's $2.99. Can you believe that? Like
I just bought it.
250 plants.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so we also want to look at that there are chronic ailments. Chronic ailments are usually not things that are really serious. They kind of come and go. You deal with eczema, you deal with acne, maybe you get, bladder infections, maybe you have a chronic cough. It's not going to kill you, but it's a little inconvenient, okay? But we could also look at, a much more serious condition is an acute condition. Acute is going to be, wow, if this bladder infection doesn't go away and it goes into my kidneys, I might have to go to the emergency room. Or maybe I'll need dialysis. Or if this, if this cold turns into pneumonia, well, that's a lot more serious. So keep in mind, too, that none of this is set in stone. But for a chronic condition, you might do these things, a cup of tea or a dropper full of tincture or 2 capsules, every 1 or 2 hours. But if it's an acute condition, you're fighting off the flu, or you're trying to, you're trying to prevent something from becoming more serious, then you might need to dose every 1 or 2 hours.
Wait, what are you saying about chronic?
Okay, chronic, I'm sorry. Chronic is, thank you. Chronic is 3 times a day. Okay, forgive me, thank you. So chronic is like 3 or 4 times a day. Acute is every 1 or 2 hours. But you're not going to take herbs every 1 or 2 hours for very long. That's something that you might do for a week, 10 days at the most. If you still have a bladder infection a week later, 10 days later, maybe it's not a bladder infection. Maybe you should, find out. Maybe you should get checked out. Maybe you need stronger herbs. Maybe you need herbs and other things. Maybe you need probiotics. Maybe you need really strong herbs, some Chinese herbs. So chronic is going to be chronic is going to be like 3 to 4 times a day. That's what I meant to say. And acute is going to be every 1 or 2 hours. And as you start getting better, you start decreasing that. Oh, maybe I don't need to take it every hour. Maybe I can back off to every 2 hours, every 3 hours. And it's always nice to gradually get into something and then gradually back out of it. If you're not used to taking herbs, maybe start with 3 times a day and then escalate it over the next few days.
Could you give us a couple examples of chronic and acute?
Yeah, chronic might be acne, eczema, not life-threatening, it's just sort of an inconvenient. Acute might be the flu or, bronchitis that could turn into pneumonia or something. And chronic often comes and goes. Whereas acute is like, wow, something really hit me. Maybe, you know, it's like this, and it could be really dangerous if it doesn't go away.
And like certain chronic things have acute phases, like they'll get a flare and it'll be like really acute for a day or two.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you get a rash. That could be acute, but some people might have rashes all the time because they have a lot of allergies. Okay, so dosages. Now, what about mixing drugs and herbs together? I think this is another place where we kind of worry about, is that safe to do? So let's say someone is taking antidepressants, and then they start taking herbs that are antidepressants, like St. John's wort or lemon balm or kava kava or lavender. And they're still taking their antidepressants. That could be like a double dose. That could be too much. So I think it's really a good idea to separate drugs and herbs by at least 3 hours. And if you're taking a drug for something and you want to start taking an herb, it's good to start backing off the drug. Now, what if you're taking something completely different, like you're on thyroid medicine, but you want to take echinacea for a cold? You know, that's fine, but I would still separate it by at least 3 hours. Okay? Does that make sense? And there haven't been a lot of studies on mixing drugs and herbs together. You sometimes have somebody say something, like I think there was one case of a woman who was taking birth control pills, and she was also using St. John's wort, and she got pregnant. But we all know that sometimes birth control pills fail. Sometimes people have diarrhea or they throw up and the pill didn't get assimilated, or, you know, lots of reasons. So it doesn't mean that St. John's wort negates your birth control pill. So I hope that's enough of a guideline. Yes.
We have people on the line that are asking questions.
So why don't we take the last 5 minutes of every hour and do just questions? How about that?
Okay, great. I guess, Natasha.
It was just that one question.
That's it. Okay, lithium root?
Lomatium?
Lomatium root.
Lomatium root? What is the question? What is lomatium root?
Yeah. Yeah, that was just it.
Well, lomatium root does grow here in Colorado. It's in the parsley family. It's very antimicrobial. So people, it's also, what would they like to know about lomatium root? The Latin name, the chemical constituents,
Just said ask about it, so.
Okay. So lomatium root is very antiviral. I sometimes use it for chronic fatigue, Lyme disease. So yeah, it's a good herb. Many good herbs. So, but it's not one that's marketed a lot, but it does grow here, and I love using local native plants. That's wonderful. I picked a few plants this morning, so maybe we'll talk about some of those.
I would like to comment on mechanism of action for herbs and pills. Something that's helpful, and it's interesting where you can find the information, but what we'll call the mechanism of action. For instance, if you have a high blood pressure medication, that makes your blood thinner, I believe, so that it moves more available through the bloodstream, so it's not like locking up. And if you have a plant that also thins the blood, like willow bark or licorice root or turmeric, you wouldn't want to give too much of that, because then it would potentiate the action of the pill. So you have to be careful about that. So I would just do as much research as possible. It's probably more of a deal if you're a practitioner, like I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner, so it's my ass if I, have somebody go out turmeric and they're also on Coumadin, but just to look that up.
And I know at Pharmaca there's a really great computer called Health Notes, where you can look up the site, what are not good drug-herb interactions. And there's a few books on that. But my preference is, I love working with people who aren't on medication, but you often don't get that. There's so many people that are on thyroid medication, for example, and what people don't realize in Chinese medicine is that the health of the thyroid is governed by the kidneys ultimately, and that fluoridated water is really one of the things that's the downfall of healthy thyroid function. And we should, hopefully that gets on the ballot again, and we decide that, fluoride is not something we want to give to everybody indiscriminately. If you want fluoride in your toothpaste or mouthwash, great, but don't make everybody have it in their drinking water, because we're not saying, let's put vitamin C in the water, that's good for people, or vitamin C in the water. No, we don't want to drug the water, and basically that's what's being done. So thank you, good point, Ruthenia. We'll do a few questions here.
I did have a question. Does elderberry grow in these parts?
Elderberry does grow here, sambucus, and there's a saying about elder. Blue is true and red is dead. So we have both red and blue elderberry. And, elder's a very easy tree to grow. It grows with hardly any care at all. And you've got flowers that you can use in the springtime that are diaphoretic, that will help you to sweat and eliminate toxins and fevers that way. And then the berries will decrease the downtime that people have when they have a cold or flu. And the berries are also edible. So I actually have plans to go out and make elderberry schnapps this week, where I'll put elderberries in with cinnamon and ginger, and I probably will use brandy or something like that.
So it does grow wild?
It does grow wild here, but make sure you have the blue elderberries. And, there's a saying, I teach in Iceland every year, and in Iceland, people have a big belief in the little people, the hoodoo folk, the gnomes and the elves and the trolls, and almost every Icelandic family leaves a little bowl of milk in the barn. And it's funny because you drive in Iceland and all of a sudden the road has to go this way because there was an elder tree there, and you can't pay an Icelandic enough to cut down a tree. And the saying, knock on wood, comes from the belief that the trees are inhabited by the little people. And if you just go and start taking things from the tree or cutting it down, and you don't knock on wood and give the hoodoo folk time to evacuate, they might exchange your baby for a troll. Or, turn your milk sour, or lose one of your shoes or something like that. And they're really serious about it. I actually have a photograph of them, two totally different types of photographs of something that lives there in an alternate reality. So I didn't bring it, but I'm always amazed by these two photographs that we took with a digital camera. There's something that is going on there. Okay, so elder, yes to elder. And so there's a proverb I like a lot. It says, the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The next best time is now. And, with elder, you've got a home for the devas. You've got flowers, and you can make a champagne with the flowers. I've made elderflower muffins and things like that. And then you've got elderberries that could be food and medicine. And so elderberries, there was a study done in Israel by a Madame Manglushu, who found that when elderberry was used as opposed to a placebo, that cold and flu symptoms lasted 2 to 3 days rather than a week. And it's a good tasting medicine, suitable for children and all that. And so, yeah, grow the blue one, Sambucus nigra or Sambucus canadensis. Okay, yes.
So kind of on that thread of wild harvesting, do you have any tips or advice? I feel like I have some fear about it. I'm going to get the poisonous red berry instead of the blueberry, because there's 3 little things instead of 4, something very subtle. So would you advise against it unless you're really sure, or how do you navigate that?
So, I really think we would all be so much more empowered if we knew that most of the weeds that come up are actually edible plants. But, I think we all had this fear where we came into the house and said, look, Mom, and they said, go wash your hands, that might be poison, or, I think there was a lot of fear. Of course, you would never want to harvest something within 50 feet of a busy road. I don't like to harvest things in front yards where maybe there's dog pee and people spitting and stuff like that, but within 50 feet of a busy road could be your backyard, could be, even down alleys, or you find streets that are not well traveled. So I just walked around the block here And I'm not saying I would eat these because they grew kind of along a busy road, but, you know, Emerson said, a weed is an herb whose virtue has not yet been recognized. So we kind of go through life and say, well, that's just a bunch of weeds. But this right here, which I found growing on this block, purslane. And you know, purslane was the favorite food of Gandhi. And one of the reasons Gandhi loved purslane so much is because he wanted the people of India to use local native plants rather than depend on British imports that they were sending to India to get people, you know, into, you know, white flour and all the things that, you know, the British eat. So purslane is really high in omega-3s. So it's great for our brains. And it's a succulent. I like to make salsa and gazpacho with it. So this is something that really changed my life. When I lived in the teepee in Missouri, there was this old hillbilly woman. And one day, the hippies would go over to Mrs. Glor's house because she had country wisdom. And I was going to help her weed her garden, and hopefully she'd give us like a dozen eggs or something. And I started to weed her garden. She says, well, why you just can eat that? That there's lamb's quarter, it's wild spinach, and it's good for you. And I remember thinking like, wow, really, you can eat that? And then I started thinking, well, if we can eat that, that means I have a lot more food available, you know, back home, because that is coming up in our garden as a weed. I did pick a lamb's quarter, now I don't see it, but lamb's quarter is wild spinach. And so we need to learn the names of the weeds. And so let's say you're weeding your garden. You could be out there with a colander and putting the purslane and the lamb's quarter in the colander and then making soup or tea with it. And so it's almost like we've been bamboozled to think that all our food and medicine need to come from the store, when really the earth is so rich. And one thing that I'm really pretty adamant about is that we are using 1/3 of our nation's water supply to water grass. And we don't even eat the grass. I mean, unless you're Ann Wigmore and you know, she's dead anyways, but, you know, want to make wheatgrass juice. But that's not why. She was really like the pioneer. I mean, grass is good, but, I mean, people used to, like, have a goat or a cow in the front or the backyard that would eat the grass and they would get something from that. But now we use 1/3 of our nation's water supply. And I'll tell you, my father used to say, the wars of today are being fought for oil. The wars of tomorrow will be fought for water. And a very prophetic book I really recommend, I'm glad it's being made into a movie, is The Fifth Sacred Thing by Starhawk. I think about that book every day. I really think it's prophetic. It takes place in Berkeley in the year 2030, which is not that far off. And, you know, you just see it right now about what is happening with drought, how many places don't have water coming out of the sink, how many underground lakes are now dried up or contaminated with pesticides. You know, who the frack thought of fracking? My partner has a song, who the frack thought of fracking? The broken hearts must be cracking, you know, to watch the water catch on fire. And anyway, something really dramatic like that.
Awesome. It's a dramatic thing.
It's dramatic, yeah. So we just have to realize what we're doing to our water. And so another thing we want to look at is that the weeds are survivors. They don't need as much water. So as I walked around the block here, I see that a lot of people's grass, they've kind of given up on growing the grass because it's kind of dry right now, and we're going to have a frost probably in a month or so. But there's a lot of the weeds that are still surviving. And so, you know, that brings me up to a subject I want to talk about, but I'm going to wait for just a minute and maybe talk about another plant that I saw coming up here. So dandelions, you know, it's said that the average American recognizes over 1,000 logos and the products they represent. So they recognize, you know, the golden arches and the Jack in the Box and the camel and the, you know, Louis Vuitton luggage. They recognize those logos. And then they recognize maybe 5 birds or 5 plants. And one of the plants that just about everybody recognizes is the dandelion. It's a little wilty, but most people think, dandelions in their yard, they're not a good citizen. And somehow we've been brainwashed to think that's true, and I'm really encouraging you all to rise up and speak out for the dandelion because it is one of the top 5 most nutritious vegetables. So dandelions are amazing. The pioneers deliberately brought dandelions here to this country. They put fences around them to keep the deer and rabbit from eating the dandelions. So you've got edible greens. You can eat them in the spring. That's when they're tastiest. And then later on in the fall, you can harvest the greens again. So right now we've got like a second harvest of dandelion greens. They're high in beta carotene. They're high in iron. And they are also really high in potassium. And so one of the leading drugs for blood pressure is something called Lasix. Nothing to do with the eye surgery, Lasix. And if you've ever been on Lasix for a period of time, it depletes the body of potassium because it makes you urinate more. That's one of the ways they're trying to control the blood pressure. Give you drugs that are diuretic so you don't have as much fluid in your body. And the dandelion leaves give you potassium. The Lasix depletes you of it. So why isn't there a big study telling everybody, oh, you have high blood pressure, just use dandelions? Well, it costs over $30 million. No, $300 million. Costs over $300 million to introduce a new drug into the marketplace. So who in their right mind is going to do a study on dandelion, right? When we have that in our backyards. And, you know, those pharmaceutical companies are in bed with the pesticide companies that make us think, you know, better living through chemistry. And now we're saying, maybe not. You know, so there's also a myth out there that dandelions kill the grass, and that's not true. You know that that's not true. But what happens is the grass dies because of drought or, you know, whatever, but poor soil or too much sun or not enough sun or whatever. But the dandelions survive. The dandelions didn't kill the grass. The dandelions are just standing long after the grass is gone. And so that's a reason why the dandelions are really superior to grass. And the Chinese name for dandelion, I believe, is Puyongging, which means earth nail. Because when dandelions grow, they help to aerate the soil and make nutrients more available for anything that grows in that area. And farmers often know that where the dandelions grow is where you put the garden. So anyways, I think we should be celebrating. You can collect the flowers of the dandelion and wash them and sprinkle them with a little cornmeal and pan fry them in coconut oil, and they taste like mushrooms, dandy mushrooms. And then maybe you've heard of the supplement lutein, which is really good for our eyes. Dandelion flowers are high in lutein. So by blending dandelion flowers into your smoothies or putting them in honey and using that as a supplement where you eat a honey dandelion flower, that's actually really good for your eyes. And I don't usually put the whole flower in there. I kind of break it apart and scatter the little flowers there. So I'm big on edible flowers. Flowers are the sex organs of plants. Eat more flowers. Flowers are designed to attract pollinators with their color and their aroma. And if your intention is to attract a few more pollinators, or maybe just one good pollinator, this might be the ticket.
I am putting dandelion flowers in oil and steeping them, and it supposedly makes an amazing breast rub.
Yeah.
Really, really good for the heart area and for anyone who has a woman in your life who might have had breast cancer, just as like a preventative. It also like reminds you to move the lymph in your breast, so it's just like a happy reminder of that.
Yeah,
too.
that's great. And then the sap from a dandelion stem could be put on warts. And then you can dig the dandelions up, and I like to scrub them and slice them and then marinate them with a little olive oil and a little tamari and put them in the food dehydrator for about 3 or 4 hours. And they get kind of caramelized, and they're delicious on a salad, and they're a great liver cleanser. Dandelion root is also a good way of getting rid of old stored emotions out of the liver, like anger, depression. So there's nothing wrong with a dandelion, and yet we have these homeowners associations that think like, you're not a decent homeowner, if you have dandelions in your yard, we need to speak out. So we can't keep wasting our nation's water to water grass, a crop that we don't eat. Then we bale it up and create 20% of our nation's garbage by filling the trash cans with grass. I mean, if you are going to mow grass, you should be composting it or leaving it on the grass to, mulch other plants. So where's my list of very interesting topics that we're going to talk about this afternoon? Okay, so did everyone get that? Did you get that back there? Okay.
How about online? Does anybody have any?
There's nothing.
Yeah, and I'm going to probably give my priority to people that are here first, but thank you so much. Okay, super.
What was it that you were saying about things can go up in the liver? Like
Old stored emotions.
stored emotions.
So in Chinese medicine, a lot of depression, not all of it, it really has to do with the toxic liver. It's funny, in France and in China, but I've only been in France, but the way people often ask, how's it going? They say, comment va votre foie? How goes your liver? Because pas très bien. The liver tells all. Like you had too much to drink tonight, you had too many, fats or something like that. Okay, so here's another plant growing outside here. This is amaranth. I bet you've eaten amaranth before. It's a South American herb. It's not a grain. It's in the same family as spinach. And spinach epazote, if any of you use epazote in bean cookery. So amaranth has edible greens, and then in the fall, I don't think they're quite ready yet, but you'll get little black seeds, which could be popped or cooked like a grain. So people that are eating gluten-free can use amaranth and quinoa, which is also a relative. So see, that's why I love that saying. A weed is an herb whose virtue is not yet recognized. And if we would just learn, wow, these are all far-out plants. So to go back to your question, going on an herb walk is a great way to learn about plants. And I'm pretty much, done for the year because it's like September now. But if you go on my website, I give herb walks. You've got the phone app. There's great books on weeds of Colorado. But from May till, end of August is a great time to learn the plants because they're in flower then. So I would say, find someone who does herb walks in your area. Okay, what else do we have here? So amaranth. This is a plant, I bet everyone has had this in their yard. It grows through the cracks in sidewalks. Yeah, cheese wheels. This is called malva. Malva neglecta. Like malva means soft in Latin, neglecta means like neglected. And it has these little seed capsules that look like an old-fashioned cheese wheel. And so malva is a relative of okra and cotton and hibiscus, and you can eat the leaves. So okra, what do we know about okra? It's kind of slimy. So there's a polite herbal term for that, and it's mucilaginous. Mucilaginous. So malva is mucilaginous. So when my kids were little and they give me the "Mommy, I'm bored" thing, I'd say, I really need 56 malva leaves, and I think I need 73 cheese wheels and 86 flowers. Of course, growing up with me, my kids would say, "Mom, can I have some money?" I'd say, "We're going to go for a walk around the block. Different block this week. I'll give you a quarter for every plant you can identify, 50 cents if you know the Latin name, and $1 if you can tell me 3 uses." So, okay, so what else do we have here? So this is an interesting one. Oh, this is one you probably really don't like to step on. Oh, this stuff right here. Tribulus terrestris, which means terrible earth. Tribulus terrestris? Wow. It's also called puncture vine, caltrop, and goathead. Now, I have to warn you, every herb has a Latin name, and Latin is the language of science. And, people say, well, there's pigweed, isn't it? Well, that might be pigweed in Kentucky, but pigweed in Montana is something totally different. So the Latin name means that we're talking about exactly the same plant. And it's the same in Spanish, the same in Chinese, it's the same in, Sanskrit, so Latin names are important. So this is also known as Votribulus, but it's considered a very potent aphrodisiac. And it's the little puncture-y, sharp things that can puncture holes in your bike tires that is the part that's used. That's considered the fruit. So you still might want to pull that up out of your yard. What's that?
Would you eat that, or?
You'd make tea out of it. Yeah, you don't have to eat the puncture-y things.
We use them in Chinese medicine for breaking stasis, like for strokes.
Okay.
What's the
Well, and
Chinese
it's interesting because the fact that it is sharp, it probably, moves through. But it is also considered used for erectile dysfunction and low libido and all that. So something I haven't really talked about yet, and I'm sure some of you are aware of, but I really love this subject. It's an ancient belief that the plants tell us what they're good for by the way they look and by the way they grow. And it's actually a really beautiful term called the doctrine of signatures. And if you look at the word signature, la signatura, it means the sign of nature. And, if you go to a health food store and you say, what's good for my eyes, in front of a computer all day long, what's good for my eyes? They might sell you blueberry capsules under the name of bilberry, which is the European blueberry. Here's some blueberries good for your eyes, okay? Good for brown eyes, green eyes, and blue eyes. I remember years ago I had a macrobiotic teacher, and she'd cut all the hair off a Barbie doll and then glued hijiki seaweed on Barbie's head. So we would always remember that hijiki seaweed is good for hair. When my daughters lived at home and they would have their moon time, if you know what I mean, I would make them borscht, which is like Russian peasant beet soup. Okay? Do you think borscht is good for menstruating women? Why?
The iron.
Yeah, because beets are high in iron. But it looks a lot like blood, too, doesn't it? Yeah, as a matter of fact, the French word for beet, betterave, means beast, because if you cut up beets, it looks like you slaughtered a beast in the kitchen. So it's kind of like a vegan beast, okay, or a feast. All right, so let's see, what's another doctrine of signatures? What do you think? Walnuts and cauliflower, good for the brain. And so I didn't talk about the doctrine of signatures for a long time because I felt, this is just so superstitious, I want to get people to believe in herbs, not think, this is, old wives' tales. But I've really kind of come into embracing that whole thing right now. So I do believe in the doctrine of signatures. So to me, the big signature is eat the weeds. They're survivors. Chemtrails are not going away. Electromagnetic pollution isn't going away. Fluoride in the water, it's not going away yet. I mean, our world is very, very polluted. Cars are not going away. We're going to have to find a way to adapt, and I think one of the ways that we can adapt and strengthen ourselves is to eat the weeds, because when the going gets tough, the grass dies and the weeds survive. And if we eat plants like that are survivors, that's going to make us stronger. Look at aloe vera. Aloe vera grows in the hot desert. And you cut it open, and it's got this soothing, cooling juice inside that'll heal your sunburn. To me, that's a signature. It's like you've got a plant that survives the hot desert, So it's really amazing. I love the doctrine of signatures. Flowers are the sex organs of plants. And I do not think that we should be turning all our food into seedless food, because I really believe that's going to contribute to infertility in humans when we have seedless watermelon and seedless oranges and seedless grapes. So we're really happy because the farmer's market in Boulder had watermelon with seeds, and we eat the seeds. In Chinese medicine, eating foods that are black in color are really good for your kidneys. So we want to eat the watermelon seeds. I promise you a watermelon will not grow in your stomach. So eat the weeds. My daughter, Rainbow, the supermodel, I get to be proud of her now because she drove me nuts for 10 years. She was really just difficult. But she creates a lot of scandal for herself. And she went to Hollywood. She got to make a movie when she was 18 with Woody Harrelson, and it got nominated for an Academy Award. And so she lives in Beverly Hills. But her latest scandal is Beverly Hills family digs up a yard to grow edible weeds.
Mhm.
And then she had a scandal right before that. Beverly Hills mom gives out worms. Did I say Halloween before? No. Beverly Hills mom gives out worms for Halloween. They left out that she was giving out seeds and compost and little things of dirt,
Oh,
but
that's so
they put the
cute.
worms in there. And then she got called Bridezilla when she got married because she invited her wedding guests to do a cleanse before the wedding. Like the 21-day superstar cleanse, and they call her Bridezilla. How dare, more bacon for us. Wow. So anyways, the paparazzi were hiding in the bushes. It was really quite delightful scandal for the highest good. It was all very strategic. Okay, but what if we really start joining our homeowners association and start changing the laws and say we don't want to use herbicides anymore because they are polluting our planet, and we want a place where our children and our pets can play that's safe, and that herbicides are an insult to the earth. And one other thing about the dandelions, they are one of the first foods for the bees in the springtime. So if we spray the dandelions, we're contributing to the demise of the bees.
Mhm.
And I know you had a question, and you were very patient.
Oh, I was just curious what the Latin name for the goat head was.
Tribulus terrestris means terrible earth.
Sorry, could you give me the Chinese name of that herb?
Sajili.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I was going to have to look up in my book. Thank you. I'm so glad you're here with me. Okay, maybe a couple more weeds while they still survive here. So amaranth. Another one we probably don't love is thistles. But thistles are the ancestors of artichokes. And sometimes I like to pretend I'm Sacagawea, and with a pair of gloves, I pull up the roots of the thistle. And if I'm really, being primitive, I might just scrape the roots between my teeth, because you get wonderful carbohydrates. Well, there's no thorns on the root. There you go. Another thing you could do with thistle is like peel the stalk and then marinate the inner stalk. And it tastes sort of like a cross between asparagus and celery. And then you can cut the top part of the thistle flower. And eating things that are more blue and indigo are good for your crown chakra and your third eye, helping to inspire intuition and divine consciousness. So I really like that idea. So thistles are prickly, but you could, if you were hungry, cut away the outer prickles and then eat the inner leaf. How many of you have heard of milk thistle seed as a remedy? Milk thistle seed actually stimulates protein synthesis in the liver. It can help regenerate the liver. Someone who's got, liver problems, hepatitis. Someone came into Pharmaca the other day and bought a bottle of milk thistle seed. They said, I'm going to Italy with my sister and I know we're going to drink. So their way about it was like, well, get some milk thistle seed and that will make it less problematic. But all the thistle seeds could be used as medicine to regenerate the liver. Also, the entire thistle plant could be made into a juice. You won't get the prickles in your juice. It could be made into a tea, and it will increase milk production. There's a beautiful word called a galactagogue. A galactagogue has the same root word in it as galaxy and lactation. So think of the Milky Way galaxy, and herbs that promote milk production are going to help you produce more milk. So you can nurse your baby as long as you want to, or as long as it wants to.
Exactly what I was.
Whichever comes first. Let's see, what else do we have here? This right here is the ancestor of lettuce. It's called wild lettuce. It's actually a really good pain relieving agent. So, anyways, it's a little faded, but you can see it's a relative of dandelion because it has those little dandelion-looking seeds on parachutes. So everything is something. Marigolds are also high in lutein, good for your eyes. You can break those apart. Cassidy's, this is a native African herb. Siberian elm. The leaves are still quite tender, even here in mid-September. So Siberian elm leaves. This is considered a noxious weed, something we're encouraged to get rid of. But a tree that has leaves that you can make a salad out of that are somewhat mucilaginous, like slippery elm, that's nice.
I'm sorry, Brigitte, say what that was again, I was following.
Siberian elm.
Thank you, I was
So-
following plants.
So sometimes I go to city council meetings when they talk about like they need to use herbicides or whatever. And one of the concerns is these are non-native plants. And then I look around at all the white people in the room and I say, gee, you know, how many of you like even grew up in Boulder like 3 generations, not to mention your great-great-grandmothers grew up in the United States? Probably not very many. And even the Native Americans that show up, because I'm good friends with the Earth Guardians. If you don't know who the Earth Guardians are, they are amazing young boys and girls that are speaking out for a healthier environment. Google them, they're rap singers. Like Shuteska, he's 15 and he just addressed the United Nations. Wow. You know, how cool is that? He's got hair down to here. She's amazing. I love them, the Earth Guardians. But you know, they show up at the meetings. It's like you're not even native to here, you know. So get over it. It is the nature of things to amalgamate and for everything to mix up. The dandelions aren't native to here, but they grow here and they do quite well. So it's not like you can keep everything on a box or an island. It is the nature of things to merge and amalgamate and mix up. So we might as well just start living with it. And one of the things that at least we have done in Boulder is if someone does spray pesticides, they're required to put up a little sign for 48 hours before and 48 hours after. That's a start. And, you know, we asked a question like, well, why do people think they need to spray the dandelions? And the answer was they might take over, which would be great because then we could all have free food and salad every day that would be healthier than lettuce imported from California. And people might trip over the dandelions.
I always am following on you.
So I know, so we're just gonna have to watch out for that.
They run right up.
Yeah, wear your Birkenstocks. Okay, so back to the story. We've got so many topics for this afternoon. Maybe I should talk about some other things. Doctrine of signatures, okay? I love that. Kind of interesting. And just a couple more things about the doctrine of signatures before I step away from that. Eating roots is good to help you feel grounded and connected to the earth. If you're like always in your head, you know, can't like really feel connected to your body, try eating more roots. Roots collect a lot of trace minerals. I'm a big believer in eating a wide variety of colors. My grandchildren call me at the end of the day and they say, I had red and blue and green and yellow and orange today. Well, maybe you should have a few raisins or something or a plum and round it out. But green is in the middle of the color spectrum. So if you want to do something great for your health, try making 1 meal a day green leafy vegetables. You know, they're not the most delicious of colors, but if we would eat more greens, I think we would all be healthier. And greens are high in chlorophyll. And there's only one atom of difference between chlorophyll and hemoglobin, which makes our blood red. So if you were to look at a molecule of chlorophyll and a molecule of hemoglobin, they are identical. The only exception is that the chlorophyll has an atom of magnesium at the center, and the hemoglobin has an atom of iron at the center. So think of chlorophyll as a way of building the blood. We also know that chlorophyll, it helps to detoxify the body, it speeds up wound healing, helps to prevent infection. So that's, you know, a lot of times it's like, well, why do herbs help us? You know, we could think of 100 reasons, but we could say chlorophyll is really wonderful. There's a product that you can buy at health food stores sometimes called chloroxygen, and it's great for people that are going to high altitudes because chlorophyll will help our bodies better utilize oxygen. So I'm a big believer in like try to make 1 meal a day, green leafy vegetables. If it's wild greens, that's even better. And then another thing we could do for our health is to start making your own salad dressing with extra virgin olive oil. To really try to get away from the canola and the soy and the safflower oil. One of the reasons for that is when they press the oil out of soy, canola, so forth, and And this even goes for the nice natural organic ones from the health food store that are non-GMO. When they press the oil out of the soy or canola, the machinery heats the seed or bean up to over 300 degrees, and that produces something called free radicals, which are unpaired molecules that cause cellular destruction in your body. So olive is a fruit. It presses very easily. It yields its oil very easily. The other oil I sometimes use is coconut oil. So that's not asking too much. And then if you have a food processor or a grater, how can you make that salad more colorful? Purple cabbage, green kale, red beets. So how many colors can you eat? I'm a lot more likely to eat sweet potatoes than white potatoes. Sweet potatoes are in the morning glory family, whereas white potatoes are in the nightshade family, Solanaceae. So if I do eat potatoes, I'm going to buy the little purple or blue ones that are a lot closer to the native potatoes that came out of Peru hundreds of years ago.
That's interesting if their family names are like night and morning.
Morning glory and nightshade. That is interesting. I never thought of that. Yeah, totally different. So go for color. You want the red beets, not the white beets. You want the red watermelon, not the pale yellow watermelon. Doesn't that make sense? So every color is going to give us a different phytonutrient. Red often has lycopene in it. We talked about yellow might often have beta carotene. And then green is often going to have chlorophyll. And then blue and purple are going to often have something called anthocyanidins. So just by eating a wide variety of color, you're going to get a lot of nutrients. I had relatives in Pensacola, Florida, and I went back to Florida to visit my relatives, and the little children were asking their mom, "Mama, can we have some candy? Can we have some candy?" And they can't really pronounce my name, Brigitte, so they call me Breezy. I'm Aunt Breezy. And the mama said, "Honey, your Aunt Breezy's here, and she's real healthy, so I want you to have the fruit gumma bears." So that doesn't count for eating a wide variety of color, okay? Red dye number 2 or something like that. It doesn't have green M&Ms. That's not what we're talking about. Okay, so we also want to eat a wide variety of flavors. So America seems to be pretty fixated on 2 flavors. Sweet and salty, but unfortunately our sweet flavor has been turned into a drug. We're eating white sugar, which is either coming from sugar cane or from beet sugar, but we've turned the sugar into a process every bit as involved as making heroin out of poppies. Really, it's a very involved process. So when sugar is made, you get this dark syrup from it, and that becomes the molasses. And that's where all the vitamins and the minerals went to. Then they serve us this white crystalline drug. My son-in-law likes to call sugar legal drugs for kids. Sugar crack. Sugar crack. And that's really where a lot of addiction starts out. I wrote a book on addiction. I'm passing my books around because you're not going to see them if they're up here. But really, addiction starts with sugar addiction. And almost every addiction, we're trying to elevate our blood sugar, caffeine, tobacco, whatever it is, it's really about blood sugar elevation. So the sour flavor, which is going to be in things like tart apples or kiwi or berries or maybe lemon and water, apple cider vinegar, yogurt. The sour flavor usually is going to give us some kind of acids, like citric acid or malic acid. And that's going to have a special affinity for our liver and our gallbladder. But, I know we have a saying in America, if life gives you lemons, get the tequila. But, my grandmother started every day with like lemon and water. When she didn't have lemons in Canada, sometimes hard to come by, she'd do little apple cider vinegar and water. So the sour flavor is going to help activate the liver and the gallbladder, produce more bile or release more bile, and then stimulate good bowel action. And so herbs that would give us the sour flavor, we could say sorrel or lemongrass, lemon balm. And then the bitter flavor has a special affinity for the heart and the small intestines. And, we tend to avoid bitter, but, coffee's a bitter. Chocolate, raw cacao is a bitter. We could say a lot of our greens are somewhat bitter, like maybe kale is a little bitter, spinach is a little bitter. Dandelion greens are a little bitter. Usually bitter herbs have alkaloids in them, and alkaloids usually end in IN or INE. So what's the alkaloid in coffee?
Caffeine.
Caffeine, or an alkaloid in tobacco. Nicotine. An alkaloid in opium poppy. There's 3.
Heroin.
Heroin, morphine, codeine. So it's very traditional. Maybe some of you have been to South America, and they harvest coca leaves. And the native people, they chew coca leaves, and they're good for high altitude sickness and help curb hunger and, help you, they do a lot of good things. But coca leaves are high in vitamins, minerals, potassium, protein, carbohydrates. But when we turn it into a drug, it becomes very addicting because you've gotten rid of all the nutrients that stabilize it and give the body something that is nourishing. So we don't do a lot of bitter. We do caffeine and nicotine and chocolate, but the chocolate's really been turned into a sweet. So we turn the chocolate into a drug too. But make friends with raw cacao nibs. They're a great tonic. I love that. And then the sweet flavor usually indicates the presence of carbohydrates and has a special affinity for the stomach and the spleen. And so rather than looking to sugar for our sweet flavor, we could think about eating sweet potatoes or garbanzo beans or pumpkin, okay, or beets or carrots. So there's plenty of ways to get the sweet flavor. And if you, want to use a sweetener to make stuff, you might try coconut sweetener, coconut palm sugar. I haven't heard anything bad about it yet. I might be embarrassed a year from now, but right now that's been one of my favorite sweeteners.
What do you think about xylitol?
Xylitol's okay. I had some yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It tastes good.
Yeah, xylitol's originally was from birch trees. So I don't really have anything negative to say about it. If you overdo xylitol, it can cause diarrhea. So, but certainly artificial sweeteners are not even on the radar. Artificial sweeteners can cause irregular brain waves, make us create more sweeteners, contribute to seizures in people that are seizure prone, and cause us to crave more sweets.
So I've heard mixed things about honey too. Some people are like, honey is the sweetener you should always, use.
I use really raw honey in moderation. I try my first cup of tea in the morning. I put honey in it, and then after that I try to do it without honey, because otherwise you could end up doing 6 teaspoons of sugar. But honey's really precious, and so I really appreciate it. A lot of honey that's labeled as raw honey is not really raw. I don't think you need to bake with honey, because once you cook honey, you've really gotten rid of the medicinal virtues of it. Do you have a question about that?
Yeah, I noticed that you didn't list any fruits in the sweet category.
Oh, well, I put fruits up there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fruit is cool.
The xylitol, and I just wanted to say that it's really toxic to animals. I mean, it might be fine for us, but just make sure your dog doesn't get it.
And I think that even though it originally came from birch trees, does it still?
And the processing is just
Yeah, maple syrup is another sweetener that I like. Being French Canadian heritage, maple syrup is very tasty. And it's actually really high in antioxidants. And was there another question?
I was going to mention maple syrup. So.
Okay, yeah. But again, we've kind of gotten addicted to sweet and salty, and it's like, well, there's 5 flavors, just like we want to eat a wide variety of colors.
I'm just curious how do you know when raw honey is really raw honey?
Well, I actually buy a brand that says really raw honey. And it has the propolis and the bee pollen, and it's crystallized. Yeah. But so most raw honey that's raw honey is not. they heat it to remove the beeswax. So if you buy a natural grocer sells really raw honey. And then Honey Gardens, I happen to know the owner of the company, and I know that one is also really raw. But it's, sometimes you have to ask. And sometimes you have to ask, like, is it really raw? Oh, yeah, it's really raw. Well, what temperature does it get to when you heat it? Oh. Anyways. Yeah. Okay, pungent flavor. The pungent flavor usually means there's essential oils in there. So essential oils are going to be the ones in the culinary herbs like oregano and basil and thyme. And those have a special affinity for the lungs and the large intestines. And that's one reason why they're so good for digestion, and they're good for, asthma, bronchitis, and things like that. They improve circulation. How many of you really like chai a lot? Chai is very warming. So in a cold climate, you might find like, oh, chai warms me up. You've got ginger and cinnamon and black pepper. It's warming. And, celestial seasonings, no matter what you think of them, they do make a tea called Bengal spice, which has all the chai herbs in it. And then you could say, well, I don't have to add a sweetener, and I don't have to add milk, and I don't even have to put black tea in it. I could avoid the caffeine. So that's something I sometimes order if I'm out. So pungent essential oils opens the lungs, large intestines. And then the last flavor I want to talk about is the salty flavor. Has a special affinity for the kidneys and the bladder. But we've turned our salt into a drug. And I think a lot of people don't know this. Even sea salt, they heat the salt up to about 1400 degrees, and then they remove the minerals from the salt and sell the minerals to the vitamin companies.
Oh, no way.
And that's why we don't feel satisfied. That's why you can't just eat one Pringle. Because aren't they the ones that say, baby, can't eat just one? Yeah, because you're looking for minerals. So women before their periods might crave salty foods, like, oh, I really need minerals. And so I need popcorn, I need chips. Well, you're looking for minerals, but you're looking for love in all the wrong places because the minerals are gone. So if you're going to use salt, you want to get to salt that's not white, like Himalayan salt or Celtic salt or Utah salt. There's some salts that they shouldn't be white. They should be like gray or brown or pink. Mm-hmm. So this is just a simple thing we can do, a wide range of flavors, a wide range of colors. Because for me, it's not just, start out with the herbs. We really need to correct what's going wrong. And then to me, the seaweeds, like, kelp and dulse, are really archetypal herbs that are good for the kidneys and bladder.
So they're salty. And kale and chard are also naturally sodium rich with the minerals.
Yeah, too.
Dark colors.
Mm-hmm. So we could go, we could give colors to all of this, and yeah, it's just so rich. We're going to take a break at 12:30. Are you all okay till then? All right, super. Oh, thank you. I have a mailing list here. I've got questions.
Hey,
So,
Brigitte?
yes?
Can you kind of repeat the question when somebody asks it so they could hear online? Because the microphone.
Thank you. I shall do that.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Okay. Let's see here. We have time. We're going to have a fun afternoon. There's so many great things to talk about. I think I'm going to talk about one other aspect of herbal medicine, and then this is going to be our afternoon. And what I want to talk about is something I learned from Susan Weed, which is really, I incorporate it into the way I work with plants. And it's called the Wise Woman Tradition, but it's also very appropriate for men, too. I was telling somebody yesterday that they were saying, well, what happened? Like, why did herbal medicine go away? And in 1917, some of the very wealthy financiers in the country, the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, they sent one man around the country to go to all the medical schools. His name was Flexner. And he went to every medical school, and he said, I'm going to make a deal with you. If you will only use the new modern drugs, we'll give you funding. We'll lend your school money. But if you keep teaching that old-fashioned herbal medicine, homeopathy, no funding for you. So that's really what happened. It was one man's report, and it changed everything, and that's also when the Food and Drug Administration was launched. It was really an opportunity to, launch drugs and make herbs seem like something that was old-fashioned. So, I would come home from my grandmother's, and my parents would say, those are old wives' tales. And I said, yeah, but they work. They work. This was a little weird, but a bird flew into our house the other day. And I remember my grandmother says, that means somebody's going to die. And you know what? By the end of that day, there were 3 people I know that died. It's so weird. It's like, grandmother folk remedies, because birds don't usually fly into your house. Anyways, now you're going to be really worried if a bird flies into your house. Fortunately, it was nobody I knew really that well, but it was a friend, and then a friend's mother, and then another friend, but they weren't like, anyways.
Like inside?
It came in the house, came in the bottom floor, and then went out the top. Yeah. So.
What kind of bird was it?
You know what? My housemate, she didn't know. She didn't know, so I'm sorry. It happened while I was gone. But, okay, so somehow I'm getting way off track. Okay, back to the wise woman's tradition. So when we have an illness, there's 3 questions we might want to ask. And the first one is, what is this trying to tell me? Rather than like, damn, I'm getting the flu. Rather than cursing the illness, maybe it's trying to tell us something like, I've been working too hard, I'm too stressed, I've been eating too much sugar, I've been drinking too much coffee, I haven't been getting enough sleep. So if we try to get the message from it, maybe we get the lesson so we don't have to keep having the lesson over and over again. So what is this trying to tell me? This might be something you write about in your journal, or you really like talk about with your partner or heart person. Then the next question might be, how can this be my ally? So rather than hating the illness, how can this be my ally? It's like, well, maybe this means I need to back off of drinking coffee so much, or maybe I need to go to bed earlier, or maybe I should start eating a salad every day, or maybe I should eat more vegetables, or eat less sugar. So maybe this illness is really an ally because it's going to get us to incorporate something better in our life. And then the last question might be, what does this prevent me from having to do? Okay, so have any of you ever conveniently had a stomach ache the day of the big book report that you didn't read the book?
Yes.
Mom, I really do have a stomach ache. I really do. And you kind of did because you psyched yourself into it. You didn't study for the spelling test, and it's really important. Okay. Maybe you don't want to go to that cocktail party. You don't want to go to the gym. Okay, what does this prevent me from having to do? Okay, so to go a little deeper with that, this is really quite valuable. And so in the wise woman tradition, when we have an illness, the first thing might be to ask those questions and just kind of gather information. I really like to ask people, what was going on in your life when this started? Yeah. I asked a little girl client, I said, so when did the asthma start? She says, when my daddy went to jail. Mm-hmm. Yeah, interesting. Lungs, correspond to grief, but what was anything going on? One little girl, she couldn't sleep since she moved into her new house. Oh, are you afraid in the new house? You having problems at school? No. Afraid of ghosts? Being bullied at school? No. Are you eating too many sweets at night? No. But the problem was her house, her bed was right where all the power came into the house. Mm-hmm. So the head of her bed is right where all the electric lines are, right on the other side. Mm-hmm. They didn't have to sell the house, she just had to move her bed to the other side of the room. Mm-hmm. And then she could sleep. Now she's graduated from college, but, so the wise woman tradition is a little bit like being like a detective. So you just kind of look at the energetics. I'm going to give you one more example. A woman came to see me who had fibroids. And I said, so tell me, is your house messy or neat? She says, oh, my house. You have to go like this to get to the couch in the living room. And I said, well, if you start like making space in your house, maybe there'll be more space in here too. And so I tell people, you wanna lose weight, you wanna make something go away, like clean the cupboards, clean the basement, get rid of stuff, clean your closets. You wanna get rid of an illness, get rid of stuff. It's a work in progress, believe me. I have time for like maybe one shelf a day, you know? Okay, if I can do one shelf a day, one drawer a day. But again, you start doing something that you have some control over, and then, you know, it helps you not to feel so overwhelmed. So organization, cleaning, looking at what emotional things might come up. Maybe it has to do with a relationship. You know, you have a cough. What do you need to get off your chest? Maybe you need to talk to somebody about something that's really going on. Who's a pain in the neck? So you try to be a little detective and see if it reminds you of anything. Someone told me that like their knees bothering them. Knees could be about, you know, going forward. Rainbow broke her leg. Most of my stories about Rainbow, because sunflowers are just so wonderful and amazing and normal and nice. Like Rainbow went to Miami to model, and she broke her foot walking a dog in high heels. She had dropped out of high school. I said, so why do you think you broke your foot? She said, well, I need a stronger foundation to stand upon before I go out into the world. Yeah, come home, finish high school, okay? So she did. But so if we start looking at illness that way, so that's the first step. Look at anything we can do on a out there, emotional, psychological, living space, feng shui kind of thing. And then the next step is what can we do with food? So people come into Pharmaca and they say, here's an example, what do you have for high blood pressure? I'm in a rush. It's like, well, you know, have you heard meditation's good for blood pressure? Having a fish tank in your house is good for blood pressure. Okay? And then food might be drinking less coffee might help your blood pressure. Eating less refined salt might help your blood pressure. Maybe eating less red meat might help your blood pressure. It's okay. So what can we do with food? And then the next step is then we use herbs. Okay, so garlic can lower blood pressure, and dandelion leaf, and hawthorn berry, and motherwort. So now we're going to use the herbs. And then there's vitamins. Maybe somebody wants to take coenzyme Q10 or vitamin E or some kind of vitamin. But vitamins aren't as natural as herbs. I mean, herbs have a long tradition of use. I feel really good about that. I like to say herbs have been time-tested by millions of people for thousands of years. And I really like that. I was writing up a chairlift for this doctor, and he says, you know, I don't really believe herbs work. I said, huh, you ever smoke marijuana? Yeah, I have some right here. I said, does it work? And he said, oh, I never thought of it that way. Every herb does something. Maybe some affect your mind, maybe some affect your heart, maybe some affect your blood pressure, some maybe get rid of warts, you know? So every herb has its story. Okay, so then we've got vitamins. Have any of you ever had good results taking a vitamin? I know I felt like I was getting varicose veins at one time in my life, and I started taking vitamin E, and that helped. That helped a lot. Some of you might have taken vitamin C for a cold. Then the next step is drugs. And then the next step is surgery. And there's a lot of steps in between, you know, massage, polarity, Rolfing, acupuncture, flower essences. There's all these other things we could tack up there, and there are different levels of how, you know, intense they are or pleasurable they are. But very often when people go to the doctor, they start out with drugs. And if the drugs don't work, they go to surgery. But it may be that there were 4 or 5 things you could have done at home that would really empower you and make you healthier and stronger. Because the drugs probably aren't going to make you healthier. They might suppress things, but they're all going to be hard on your kidneys and liver. They might make the symptoms go away for a period of time. I remember someone asking, like, what's good for hemorrhoids? What's good for hemorrhoids? We had to, like, go in a back, you know, aisle, not an alley, but, like, about hemorrhoids, because he was, like, so embarrassed, you know. And we could say, like, well, who's a pain in the butt? We could say that. We could say, Maybe it would be good to take more time when you go to the bathroom. Maybe you want to get one of those little squatty potties. Have you heard of those? Okay, you can buy them online. Maybe you want to drink more water, eat less constipating food. Here's a salve you could put on the hemorrhoids. There's a, Chinese formula called Fargalin, or you could use this Western formula called Collinsonia. And he said, all this seems like a lot of work. My dad had hemorrhoids and he just had them cut out. And they never bothered him again. And I said, well, how's your dad doing now? He said, well, he actually died of colon cancer last year. And I didn't say anything, but what I'm thinking is those hemorrhoids were like, pay attention to what's going on down there in your intestines, okay? Pay attention there. So we give our health's priority over to somebody else. Who's your primary healthcare professional? It should be you. And if you need somebody else, that's secondary or tertiary. But like you, who's going to love you more? Except your mama, So, all right. So, mamas count too. Big medicine. So that's just a little bit about the wise woman tradition. It's not to say that drugs and surgery are wrong. We know they can save lives. If you're in an accident, be grateful that you might be able to, reattach something or save your life. But we also know that we want to take more responsibility for what we can do for our health. Okay, 5 minutes to the hour. How about some little questions that have come up about what else we talked about? Yes.
I'm just curious to talk about candida and the best way to heal that.
Okay, is that on the list here?
Probably not. I got here late.
Oh, okay, so you didn't get to write down the question.
No.
So I'm gonna add that. Okay? So that's on the list.
Yay.
We are gonna be busy this afternoon. Okay, good thing I'm hyperactive. Not really. Yes.
You said something about vitamin D for varicose veins. Are there other things that you would?
Yeah, varicose veins. Okay, just for fun, like wise woman tradition. I'm going to kind of do it that way. Like, okay, is there something maybe you need to tick out of your life? I don't know. Maybe not. And sometimes people are insulted when you say that, but it's good to look at. I also think, we often do ourselves a great disservice the way we jump out of bed because the alarm rang. Like, it'd be so nice if you would stretch in the morning. So we're talking about varicose veins. If you could stretch and flex your feet and get the blood moving into your legs. If you're adept at yoga, doing a shoulder stand or a headstand would be great. Another thing we could do when we come home from work or school is lay down and elevate our legs, let the blood go the other way. Foods that strengthen our vascular system, blueberries are really super good. Garlic. There's a herb called horse chestnut that could be rubbed topically. They make a horse chestnut cream. I also think of, so there we've got an herb, we've got some emotional things, we've got some food things. A vitamin that might help besides vitamin E is bioflavonoids, which are often sold with vitamin C, and they strengthen our capillaries. So they're good for things like bruising easily, bleeding gums, hemorrhoids. So that might be a good thing to use. And again, I have, lots of stuff. This book, The Country Almanac of Home Remedies, is like my folk remedy book. I don't know if that was gone around already. So any other questions about, like, maybe the topics that we've been doing so far? No? Okay.
With the weeds, do you feel like the plants that grow in your yard are something that you probably need?
Very often it's funny that a lot of times what you need will be right there. So I'll share a little story with you, because sometimes there's a lesson in the story. That's usually why I tell the story. But I had lived in the teepee for 2 years, and then I came back to Boulder, and I met a man, and he came back to the teepee with me. And I said, because I don't know. He kind of looked at it, okay, I can live in this teepee, it's all right, but there's an electric line right here. We could plug into the electric line and get a little shop vac to vacuum your Afghani rugs. So a little shop vac, because we had Afghani rugs. My first husband went to Afghanistan frequently for business and brought back all these rugs back in the day. Okay? And then we could have a fan on it when it get too hot. So one night, I looked and I think it's gonna rain. And I better close the flaps of the teepee before it rains, because it's a hassle to do it when it's raining and lightning and everything. So one thing you're supposed to know in Missouri, don't go out after dusk without boots on. But I went outside to close the flaps, thinking, it's okay, I'm gonna be quick. And damn, I looked down and I got bit on my foot by a copperhead snake.
Oh.
So I went in, it's like, and my partner, in the meantime, I'm trying to look up snake bite in my books, and my partner is turned on the shop vac and sucked the venom out. That was very good. We really needed that shop vac. And then I had the Barefoot Doctor's Manual, which had all these wonderful Chinese herbs which did not exist in the state of Missouri. And then I read in another book, A Native Herbology of North America, Echinacea. The Indians grew echinacea. Wow. And so my partner yelled for one of the women in the main house, where my first husband was living with his new girlfriend, and I, Brenda, Brigitte got bit by a snake. And so she gathered echinacea root, and I chewed on the root, and we made a little poultice, and, do you want to go to the hospital? I think I'm going to be okay. And I didn't nurse Rainbow for quite a few hours because I didn't want her to die. So, anyways, the moral of the story is echinacea is growing right there by the snake. And it's often like that. The herb motherwort often just comes up in the lawns of women that are going through menopause and having hot flashes. So I like to pay attention to what grows around you, and wherever I go, I always think about, what are the plants that are there. It's interesting in swampy areas, you often have plants that dry, dampness and fungal type of infections. So often we have what we're there, but what we need, but it's not 100%. I'm open. Okay, all right, we've got such a great list here, and I'm not going to go in order. Okay, I'm just looking this over. Well, I talked a little bit about how to make tinctures and balms, and I think that question would be so much more meaningful if we did it. So perhaps, if I continue teaching here, we'll make stuff with the crock pot and beeswax and all that, but it's kind of like telling people how to make a recipe. Don't you find it annoying? Well, first I took the brown rice and then I added, it's like, that's no fun, right? I'm really you're boring me. Now, if you had a YouTube to go with it or something, or a cooking demo, we got to taste it, it would be a lot more meaningful. Okay, so I'm gonna let that one go. What? Oh, some of these I'm gonna save for last. Favorite topical applications? Good question. So we do know that we absorb plants through our skin. We absorb everything through our skin. We really should be thinking about our lotion and our sunscreen. So often people are putting mineral oil on their skin, petroleum, petrolatum. Boy, I'll tell you one industry that needs an upgrade. Babies. Babies have had baby powder, which is made with talc, which is a carcinogen, put on their bottoms for a couple generations now. And talc, now you see talc-free. Well, it wasn't good for babies, especially little girl babies that have, yonis. And it wasn't good for the parents that were breathing in that talc. Mm-hmm. That was really bad. And then the other thing that would happen to babies is they would have baby oil put on them, which was a petroleum byproduct. And so it would be so much better to use something on a baby, if you need to put something on the baby, that is made from plants like, olive oil or, with calendula. I mean, Weleda makes a great line of, baby products. But look at all the drugs that are delivered transdermally now. Obviously, what we put on our skin gets absorbed into our bloodstream. There's nicotine patches that people wear on their skin. There's heart medicine, there's birth control patches. So what we put on our skin goes into our bloodstream. And therefore, we really want to think about, the lotions, the sunscreen, the face creams, the lipsticks, all of that, because it's going to end up in our body. Albert Hoffman, who worked for Sandoz Pharmaceuticals, he got a little lysergic acid 25 on his fingertips, had to leave work that day. Was never the same, very powerful. So be careful what you put on your skin. And we could also be thinking about, what are we supporting? Are we supporting companies that are maybe, doing something to help the rainforest or help, the dolphins or help nature? Or are we supporting companies that are destroying the planet? So remember that we vote with our dollars. So when you buy a product that has lavender or aloe vera or echinacea in it or olive oil, we're helping to keep the planet green because those plants are growing. And it's not hard to get. Even, Target has natural cleaning products now. And, you can buy natural cosmetics pretty much everywhere. But read the ingredients. There is also sort of a movement to include a token amount of something natural and give it like a nice herbal name or natural. And so you have to read the ingredients. And so you can find shampoos without sodium lauryl sulfate or methyl and propylparabens. So are you rubbing fruit on your face? I do that. Yeah. So in the morning, I'm not a werewolf, but I get up and I brush my face, and then I rub some kind of fruit on my face, like excuse me, like maybe watermelon or cantaloupe or grape or cucumber. I did lime this week. Don't ever use mango though. Mango's in the poison ivy family or the Anacardiaceae family. Really? Yeah. So are cashews and pistachios. But one of the hot things in the cosmetic industry is alpha hydroxy citric acids. I'm not going to spell, sorry about that one. Alpha hydroxy citric acids. Alpha. I said I wouldn't spell it, but then I said, okay, hydroxy citric acids. So they're basically fruit acids. And they're very exfoliating, and they help to get rid of the outer layer of skin, so you've got like new beautiful skin underneath. So you put the fruit on your skin, leave it on for a few minutes, and then you rinse it off. Boy, that'll save you some money at the cosmetic counter. And then you can, put your moisturizer on. But really, so fruit, powerful. Yogurt would be another one. Honey. Yeah. But I can only leave it on for about 5 minutes before I start to feel like, grape stickiness or something like that.
When you mentioned sunscreen, it made me think, I feel so hard to avoid petroleum in sunscreens. My roommate is covered in tattoos, and she went out and she puts coconut oil on her tattoos, and she got a horrible sunburn everywhere that she did not put coconut oil. So it was really good, just natural.
Yeah, and you can buy natural sunscreens at the health food store. Alba Botanica, is a nice price line. Yeah, they actually work quite good. I'm not a big sunscreen wearer. It's funny. It's like we all have vitamin D deficiencies. You take your vitamin D. Ever since we all got so crazy about like, I need foundation with sunscreen. So I tend to, if I go out in the sun, go out early in the day, like 11 or after 4, wear a hat, wear a shirt. But I'm not like a big sunscreen devotee unless I'm like going to an island and it's winter or something, which I don't get to do that often.
The dust on aspen trees can also work as a sunscreen too.
That's true, yeah. The dust on aspen trees, but it takes them a long time to produce that.
Yes, it does.
You could, in a pinch, like apply that. Beautiful, thank you.
The dust on aspen trees, how do you harvest
You
that?
just touch the bark of the tree, and then you could rub that on your face. And if you were in a survival situation, you could take mud and rub it all over. But then it would look terrible on Survivor, like. Okay, let's see. Oh, so many herbs. So many things. Listen to it. Okay, well, Candida's on here, so we're going to do Candida right now. So, Candida. Don't name your children Candida. Like, that used to be like a name, Candida Royale. She makes porn movies for women. like some names really had their time and their era, and like, you know, they're just probably not so good now. But Candida albicans, meaning white, is a fungal overgrowth, and we all have Candida to some degree, okay? Candida is exacerbated by the use of antibiotics. So think about it, you know, antibiotic is against life. So when we take antibiotics, they kill the good and the bad bacteria. And it can leave your immune system compromised for months, if not years afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
I find a lot of people when they take antibiotics, they might often develop food sensitivities to food or pollen or things that they weren't sensitive to before. And you might say, well, I haven't taken antibiotics in years, but if you're eating commercial meat, commercial milk, eggs, for example, between 50 and 80% of all the antibiotics produced in this country go into animal feed. And you're still getting them. And, you know, antibiotics had their big heyday in the 50s, but the amount that worked in the 50s doesn't work anymore. We have to use more and more and more of them. So try to avoid antibiotics. Maybe there's an herb you could use in place of echinacea, but a lot. Not 3 times a day, but like every hour, every 2 hours. Isatis might be another good one. Oregano. I'm trying to give you some of the really top antimicrobial herbs. Isatis, Andrographis, Usnea.
I like that, cactus.
Yep, that's a good one, cactus. And I want to give some Western herbs, so echinacea, oregano, olive leaf.
Golden seal.
Garlic. I like golden seal. It's become quite endangered in the wild, but that's a good one, golden seal.
What's in my cupboard? Oh.
Okay, so there's many antimicrobials you could use. So, you know, try using something herbal first before you do antibiotics. Birth control pills can make us more prone to Candida overgrowth because it changes the pH of your body.
As far as like the herbs for antimicrobial, do you recommend to like oregano? Obviously, you can have oregano leaf like versus oregano oil.
The oregano oil would be even stronger. So
if you had like an acute infection, like oil might be.
Oregano oil, but you know, if all you have is oregano tea, use what you have.
Gotcha.
And you know, I'd really like to be versatile. I read a great book called Where There Is No Doctor. So you kind of see, well, what do I have? Rather than lamenting like, oh, we don't have Andrographis here in, you know, it's like, well, what do we have? We've got garlic. We've got, you know, Usnea growing on the dead pine tree out back. So we start looking at what do we have. And it doesn't all need to come from a store.
I read that oregano oil can become toxic pretty quickly. Is that true?
Well, essential oils are not something you want to take for a long period of time. They're very, very strong and concentrated, but anything could be toxic if it's used too much, including water. A French woman drank 54 glasses of water and died, you know? Mm-hmm. So too much oxygen, too much water. So you need to know what you're doing, and you're not going to take antimicrobials unless you really need them. So that's something you save it when you need it. They're not everyday herbs. Okay, so we all have some Candida. What feeds Candida is sugar and bread and alcohol. Those, because Candida will grow and multiply with sugar. But I wanted to tell you a personal story about Candida. In the 70s, a book came out called The Yeast Connection by Dr. Crook, William Crook. And I've never really, well, actually it was the 80s. Okay, and Candida became the disease of the decade. Everything was blamed on Candida. You're moody, you've got Candida. You're depressed, you have Candida. You have PMS, you have Candida. You have constipation or flat, you fart. It's all because of Candida. You're hypoglycemic, it's because of Candida. So everything, it got kind of overdone, but you know, that's how things go sometimes. And then the book said, don't eat anything fermented. No alcohol, no tamari, no vinegar, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay, so I had Candida, and I followed the diet to a T. And then I went to see Susan Weed, and I said, Susan, I've had Candida for 2 years now, it's really a drag, and it gets really bad before my period, and it makes sex like just horrible, and it's just awful, and I'm suffering. And she said, so what are you doing for it? And I said, well, I'm eating really clean, no fruit, no sugar, no honey, no, no, like 2 years with no fruit. She said, well, you can't kill the candida. You have to outnumber it. I said, really? How do I do that? She said, you need to start eating lots of fermented foods, unpasteurized sauerkraut, homemade yogurt that you add probiotic capsules to.
Kefir.
Like apple cider vinegar with active cultures. And you know what? I said, but I don't really like to eat dairy. You know me, I like doing the high vegan thing. She said, well, how's that working for you? So I humbled myself, and I got a yogurt maker, and I heated up the milk, and I added a container of organic yogurt, and I opened up several really good probiotic capsules in there. And you know what? 2 weeks, no more candida, it never came back. It's like, wow. And so I saw Dr. Crook again at a Natural Foods Expo, and I said, so Dr. Crook, I read your book, I did the diet, I didn't eat anything fermented for 2 years, and then, you know what, Susan Weed said, start eating fermented food, and it went away really quick. What do you think of that? Because, it's funny, with candida they say douche with apple cider vinegar, right? Take probiotics, which is, often made from yogurt. And he said, well, that my book was in early research, and, unless you're really allergic to those foods, they can be helpful. So that was kind of his take on it. So again, the idea that you're not going to kill the candida, that you're going to outnumber it, that might work for you. So I'm really a big advocate of try making homemade yogurt. And you can make it with goat's milk, you can make it with coconut milk, there's coconut kefir water, there's all kinds of alternatives for people who don't want to do dairy, but I was just about sick of it, and I'm just so glad it went away and not to return. But we have to look at what's contributing to it getting into our environment. Even antibacterial hand sanitizers and antibacterial soaps that we might use in the shower, that might also make us more prone to resistant strains of fungi and bacteria. So we definitely want to think about that. Also for candida, if you have vaginal yeast infections, for men, they might get jock itch or athlete's feet. Those can be forms of candida. Not only could taking a probiotic, but tea tree oil might be a good remedy. You could add tea tree oil to the bath. You could apply it topically. You could put it on your athlete's feet or on the area that's irritated. Some women might even insert an acidophilus capsule vaginally or a clove of garlic vaginally. It's not going to get lost in there. You can, squat and bear down and pull it out, but if you're really phobic about it, tie it into a little piece of cheesecloth with some dental floss to make removal easy when you do that. What's that?
And it doesn't hurt.
No, it doesn't hurt, and it is really helpful. Do remove it before making love, unless your partner's Italian. Let's see, what else can we talk about? My take on combining essential oils with herbs. I love essential oils. I use them not a lot internally, although I recently had bronchitis and I did take oil of oregano internally, but just for a little while, a few doses of it. But essential oils are not nearly as environmental as herbs. It takes a lot of plant material to make essential oils. So for example, if I wanted a cup of peppermint tea, it's really much more environmental to use a teaspoon of peppermint leaves than peppermint that's been steam distilled, and now you've got a product that costs $20 a bottle rather than a few cents to make a cup of tea. But I find essential oils are great to have in the first aid kit. They're great for travel. I almost always have some lavender oil or tea tree oil with me. The United States Marines have tea tree oil with them. Like if you were to have one essential oil with you, tea tree oil is a first aid kit in a bottle. It's in the same family as eucalyptus, the Myrtaceae family. It's very antifungal. You can apply it directly to the skin. I mean, you can ingest very small amounts of it, but I don't suggest ingesting essential oils until you've studied it. You should really like take a class or learn more about it, because, you know, if you took too much of it, you could kill somebody. Absolutely. You took a teaspoon of oregano oil, you could kill somebody. So, but one drop, if you know what you're doing and you listen, you could, you know, do one drop. Tea tree oil is in toothpaste and mouthwashes and vaginal suppositories. It's very antifungal. You can apply it directly on the skin. So when Sunflower, here's a Sunflower story. Sunflower said, Mom, Wendy Wu and I are going to run away from home if you don't let us go on Grateful Dead tour. I don't know how I got this. Do you know who Wendy Wu is?
Yeah.
Okay. So they went to high school together. Sunflower gave her the name Wendy Wu because if they would get lost at the Dead shows and Sunflower go, woo, 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 woo. So that's how Wendy Wu came to be. But anyways. Okay, so you're going to run away from home. Okay, but you're giving me notice unless I give you permission, and you promise to call home every week. Okay. All right, I want you to take this bottle of tea tree oil with you. I want you to add it to your shampoo. I want you to put it on your pillow. I want you to put it on your pillowcase. I want you to wear this perfume. I want you to add it to your Dr. Bronner's peppermint soap. I want you to smell like tea tree oil at all times. And call home every day. Okay. So why did I want with the tea tree oil? What's that?
Dirty.
Keep the head lice away. Keep the older boys away. Keep the crabs and the scabies away. Yeah, all that. Prevent. And she became like the little nurse at the Grateful Dead shows and came back and says, Mom, I want to go to herb school. I was so happy. She found her calling. Now she's a preschool teacher, Sunflower Preschool. And Wendy Wu's still her good friend. Okay. So can you use essential oils with herbs? Sure, I don't see why not. But essential oils, there's some that if you put them directly on your skin, they could burn, like cinnamon oil or oregano oil. They could burn. If you take a bath with orange oil, you could get sunburned. So you need to get a little training, and I don't want to make this class about essential oils because we're here to learn about herbs, but you know, if we do a whole program together, we could certainly do a class on aromatherapy. I love that subject. I am a distributor of doTERRA and Young Living, so if anybody's like, oh, I want to do that, you can talk to me about that. But be careful about using them internally. That could be dangerous. You don't want to use them interchangeably with like, you know, 1 teaspoon of peppermint extract to make a mint frosting. If you were to use a teaspoon of mint oil, that could be the concentration of 30,000 mint plants. And there have been a couple deaths attributed to young, frightened women taking pennyroyal oil because they heard pennyroyal could bring on a delayed period, and you have young teenage girls who are like, oh my God, my parents are going to kill me if I find out I'm pregnant, so they take matters into their own hand. And there were 2 deaths in Colorado from young girls drinking pennyroyal oil. Maybe had they taken pennyroyal tincture or pennyroyal tea, that might have had a different outcome. But they died from it. They had liver failure. So be very, very careful about that. Okay, we're going to take a break in 5 minutes. So we're going to do one more question. What's the best method of drying? So I assume you mean drying plants, not like just using, I don't use a towel, to be honest. It makes so much less laundry. I might just use a towel on my hair, but I actually think it's good to like just put my nightie on or something and air dry. It actually activates your immune system. But drying herbs. Okay, so I'll have a little story for you. Okay, so I grew tomatoes when I lived on the commune. And I was so proud I grew tomatoes. Then I had to can the tomatoes. But of course, living without electricity, because this is before the shop vac days. Okay, so I've got to can tomatoes. So I have to bring all the jars to the creek and wash them. And then I need to bring them back. I need to make a fire. I need to boil the jars to sterilize them. Now I need to heat up the tomatoes and put them in the jar. And in the meantime, I'm kicking the chickens away. Get away from my baby, you bad reptiles, you're not picking her eyes out. Okay, all right, and it's hot and I'm sweating, it's sweat bugs, and I'm okay. chop more wood, fetch more water. Okay, at the end of the day, I have 12 jars of canned tomatoes. I'm so proud. And then one day in the middle of winter, we all went away. No one stayed home to keep the fire going, and I came home and every jar of tomato had frozen, had cracked. There's broken glass all over the floor. And after that, I said, I'm dehydrating tomatoes. Okay, so we didn't have a dehydrator, but for some reason, we had a trampoline. It was black, that worked as a solar collector. So I'd lay all the raspberries and everything on the trampoline and cover it with a piece of lace, because, you know, we had to have lace. Kept the bugs off of it. So anyways, now I do have a dehydrator. I think we have 3 at our house. But to dry herbs, you don't need a dehydrator, okay? You don't need a trampoline either. You can take your herbs and put the herbs in a paper bag, put them in the warmest room of the house, put them in the back seat of your car if you have a car, and then just dry the herbs. Give them plenty of air room in the paper bag. Don't stuff them so full. And then when they're dry, store them in a glass jar and label them. I know you've all seen the Pioneer movies where they have the herbs hanging from the ceiling. You can do that. That's very nice. But when they're dry, rather than leaving them there all winter to collect spider webs and dust, put them in a glass jar. You can strip some of the twigs out. But really, it's a very low-tech thing. And you might be asking, well, how long will your herbs last that you dried? They'll last at least a year. If you leave them in a more whole form, they could last a lot longer. If you don't crush them up into a powder, they could last several years. If you store them in a glass jar away from light and heat, they could last several years. The real telltale is, does it still have an aroma? Does it still have the original color? There's a few exceptions to the rule. Comfrey and uva ursi, if I dry those, I usually spread a sheet, a clean sheet on the top floor of my house, which happens to be my bedroom, and then I put the leaves individually. Red clover is another one. Comfrey, uva ursi, and uva ursi, red clover. And I lay them out individually so they don't touch. Because if they touch each other, they'll tend to turn brown and not look as cosmetically pretty.
Are they still medicinally just as potent though?
I think that preserving the colors is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
Color tells you phytonutrients. So, and then once they're dry, store them, label them, and maybe date them. So you really don't need any fancy equipment to dry herbs. Maybe you have an attic. But you don't want to dry herbs in the sun because then their essential oils will evaporate. So we're going to take a lunch break. And do we need, what do you think? Do we need 45 minutes? Do we need an hour?
I think an hour would do, because the restaurants are just kind of scattered everywhere.
Okay.
So, an hour.
So you have an hour, but do come back on time. And this afternoon, we're going to focus on all of these questions. And I'm probably not going to talk a lot during the break because, you can write something on this paper if you think about it. All right, we'll see you soon. Eat healthfully.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we were talking about Wendy's. When she said that, she's like, there's a Wendy's.
I read a lot. But I want to share with you something that after I got bit by the copperhead snake, it really changed my life because I realized that here I am trying to live like the wilderness family and I didn't really know what to do. What if one of the children had been bitten by a snake and, they're much smaller and that much venom could have killed them. So I realized that I really needed to learn this information and take it in, really make me become one with it. And so after that, I started highlighting in books when I was reading, and I started taking all my notes from massage school and organizing it onto file cards and, getting really organized about it. Because, what if something happens and you don't have your books with you? You don't want to be like, I don't know anything. So it really made me get very serious about embodying this information. And, you know, everywhere I go, I get a book on plants of that area. You know, so no matter where I am, it's like, oh, I'm going to be in Utah this weekend. I'll go to the, like, travel welcome center and, oh, flowers of Utah, trees of Utah, cacti of Arizona. So it's an endless subject, something you can study your whole life and still have more to learn, as those of many of you here already know. So distress, irritation due to certain sounds, especially eating. Well, this is an interesting one, misophonia. But I don't want to answer this. Is the person who asked that question here? Yeah, okay.
That's why I'm sitting in the back corner.
Okay, super. You know what? I've never heard this word before. I'm going to be really honest with you. But I do see a growing amount of hypersensitivity in people. I live with 3 hypersensitive housemates. They're sensitive to noise, to sound, to light. We had to put dimmer switches on all the lights, like really quiet. I go down in the morning and use the blender in the basement so I don't disturb them. So I see that our circuitry is getting overwhelmed. I really do. And my feeling about that is that eating the weeds, because they're such tough survivors, is going to help us out of it. I've also heard vitamin D can help with like extreme sensitivity to sound. We do a lot of things to try to make ourselves tougher. I'm not one of them. I'm tough. They're all like oversensitive. There's a YouTube you should watch. It's really funny. It's called Highly Sensitive People Are Taking Over. But I think that our circuitry is just getting overwhelmed. And I can feel electromagnetic pollution, you know. You can smell things in the air, and unless you're oblivious to it and constantly armoring yourself, you know, maybe that's why people drink so much or use prescription drugs, because it seems very overwhelming. I do think of St. John's wort to strengthen the nervous system. I think of things that can make you tougher, like dry brush skin massaging, and then ending your shower with cold water to toughen up, and eating the weeds. But you know, that's an interesting thing. Yeah, vitamin D. I don't have any easy answer. Those are just a few little tidbits of things. But my partner right now is a musician, and she's hypersensitive. And I said, hey, if you want to go on the road and do concerts in Singapore, you're going to have to toughen up.
Yeah.
You know, like it's going to be lights and camera and airplanes. And so she's toughening up and doing all of these things to like get stronger. And she's, I'm getting better with the lights, getting better with the noise. But I think that the weeds, so we eat raw stinging nettles. I love stinging nettles, raw stinging nettles. So almost, not every morning, but yesterday morning, I make something called a fruit whip. And I put in the blender raw stinging nettles, an avocado, maybe whatever fruits and seasoned peaches or something like that, and blend it all up, and then add raw cacao nibs. And the nettles lose their sting when you blend them, cook them, dry them, or make tea out of them. But I really feel like the nettles is key because they are such a hardy plant. And when you eat them, and even though you're not feeling the sting, you're still ingesting the acetylcholine, you're ingesting formic acid. We kind of have a term in our house like, hey, it's time to Jedi up. You know, like, you want to walk between the worlds and travel the galaxies, you've got to put your Jedi on. And so we've got to be strong. And so I think all of these techniques, we get up and we watch the sunrise. So for some reason, I get caught up in having to do all the things with her to make her stronger. But walk barefoot on the snow. Oh, yeah. The other day, I was getting a massage. I said, you know what? Go get some stinging nettles. Sting me everywhere, and then do the massage. I have a gum that's receded down here. You know what? I'm putting stinging nettles on my gum to make the gum tissue grow back. My second husband. said, you don't want to lose your hair, honey, you should sting your scalp with nettles. You're probably saying that's probably why you left. Stinging nettles work for erectile dysfunction too.
Topically?
Topically. But anyways, that's really all I have to offer is that the weeds are survivors, and there's this thing going on, environmental sensitivity, eating a lot of brassicaceae food members like cabbage, broccoli, cauliflower, tough plants that survive the cold, I think is part of it. The weeds that survive the drought. Euphemia.
The ears, according to Chinese medicine, are the orifices that open from the kidneys. So then you want to just strengthen your kidneys. So a lot of black.
Oh yeah, I totally have kidney yang deficiency, but like all the kidney yang tonics in the world, you know.
Well, then maybe it's your kidney yin.
Well, it's both. But let's.
And I love the eating black foods. I mean, if I were to eat rice, it's black rice or wild rice. Black chia seeds are great, the omega-3s. But we've just got to toughen up. But otherwise, eat the weeds. Another reason. But I'm going to think about that. But St. John's wort's another thing I think of.
Do you worry about goitrogens with raw cruciferous vegetables in people who have hypothyroidism?
That's a really good question. I don't worry about it because when we cook the cruciferous vegetables, broccoli, cabbage, kale, rutabaga, watercress, kale, collards, Brussels sprouts, you negate the anti-cancer effects. Dr. Gabriel Cousins, who wrote many books, Spiritual Nutrition, he says don't worry about the goitrogens and raw cruciferouses. Just make sure you're getting some sea vegetables to compensate. I mean, if we really want to worry about goitrogens, millet, peanuts, fluoridated water, soy, but I don't worry about the goitrogens. And I haven't found it to be a problem. It's interesting how like one myth kind of catches on and everybody repeats it over and over again. But, I think the cancer thing is a much bigger deal than being able to take care of your thyroid with, eating some sea vegetables. But again, it may or may not work for you. But I do think like those are the vegetables that help to detoxify the liver, but because the weeds are survivors and they grow in the city, they grow where it's polluted, like that's going to help us toughen up. Thank you. So anxiety, no wonder people are anxious. It's an anxious kind of world here, Don't watch the news before bed. So anxiety, very often when people have panic attacks, their blood sugar is really low. So it's good to look at, what did you have for breakfast? What did you have for lunch? Did you skip breakfast? Caffeine and sugar are certainly the enemies of anxiety. And so, keeping your blood sugar level stable, having a good breakfast, having some snacks with you so that you don't just end up eating some kind of, fast food that is health compromising. So for anxiety, a couple things I think of. I know a lot of you are familiar with the Bach flower remedies. Some rescue remedy might be a helpful thing to have, but smelling some essential oils. Like, let's say you always have lavender in your pack. And you're feeling like, I'm freaking out. Usually when we're freaking out, our heart is racing, and we start breathing really fast and really shallowly. So if you smell lavender, it's like you open up a different neural pathway. Now I'm going down the lavender lane, and it's much nicer than the freaking out lane. Kind of smell lavender. Calcium, magnesium might be good herbs for someone who's prone to anxiety. It's also good to look at, like, well, what makes me anxious? Is it crowds? Is it noise? Is it traffic? Is it being late? How can we dance in that world and avoid situations that are really stressful? One of my grandsons is, hypersensitive. And, his mom, they don't have the TV on loud. She takes him grocery shopping when it's not really crowded. We just have to produce a calming environment, working on our feng shui. So other things for anxiety. I know there's an herb I would think of. I mean, in general, herbs that could be your allies. Kava kava is a really good one. Kava kava, Piper methysticum, would be something that people might want to use on a regular basis. But that's another thing, like how can we be able to adapt to this world and all the stresses that it has? I can see why people are so anxious. Eat more roots to get grounded. You know, but what is it that makes you scared? And then take it in small dosage, you know? Take rescue remedy before you go to the party. GTF chromium could also be a helpful supplement. The GTF stands for glucose tolerance factor. It is found in nutritional yeast, so some people might find that to be, you know, a helpful thing to like add to your soup. I know a lot of people add it to popcorn. Is it bad for people with yeast infections? I would start with a really small amount and see how you do with it. It does make your urine a little orangish yellow, but I think Dr. Luke DeShepper, who wrote an entire book on Candida, says it's a shame people with yeast overgrowth think they need to avoid nutritional yeast because it's not the same type of yeast at all. Okay, so we've got some interesting things here. Promoting healing, new neural pathways. I wrote a book on mental health, and I'm going to pass that around. Do you have a question?
I just had a question about the herb that you had mentioned, hyper.
Methyscum is the Latin name of kava kava. So just call it kava kava. But it's in the same family as pepper, and it's an herb native to the islands, you know, Fiji and Tonga and the Polynesia. And it helps to promote a feeling of calm. It's mildly euphoric. Michael Tierra, another teacher of mine, says it helps people to remember their dreams and create epic length dreams that you can remember. But it can calm anxiety, can help sleep, can help people that feel overwhelmed. Kava kava might be a good one. You know, you might try that one as well.
So is it, I remember seeing I had something that had kava kava and it had like a really big warning about like liver damage or something.
Yeah,
like,
good question. In the 80s, a lot of companies in Europe got into this thing of like, we need to make sure that every kava kava pill is identical, that each one delivers the same exact amount, right? So they're trying to turn herbs into drugs.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you go to the farmer's market and you buy tomato this fruit and you buy tomato over there and then you get another tomato. They might all taste really, really different, but yet they're all tomatoes. So in Europe, they said, we've got to standardize the herbs. We need to make them all identical. And in order to do that, we need to make sure that everyone has exactly the same amount of chemical constituents. So they started turning kava kava into a drug by isolating some of the chemical constituents like cavolactones. And they did it using chemicals like hexane and benzene. And they also said, well, we can make more money if we use the leaves and the vine and the stem rather than the roots, which is the traditional part. And all of a sudden, people started having bad effects, including liver damage, but it wasn't using kava kava in the traditional way. It was trying to turn it into a drug. And I will say this, too, about cannabis. No, I'm talking about another herb, but they're turning that into a drug, too, with hexane and benzene. And I don't think that that's the same thing. All the things that we said, but it's a plant, and God said, behold, I've given you every herb bearing seeds. But like, well, I don't think we should be turning it into a drug with chemicals, because then we're going to have unprecedented side effects that didn't happen before. So I wouldn't worry about that, and I do address that in my book, The Desktop Guide to Herbal Medicine. So opening new neural pathways. I am such a big believer on that we need to open neural pathways by doing things with our hands. And I love the idea of doing crafts. You know, I think men and women should do crafts. I think we'd have a lot less addiction in our culture if we did things with our hands. My mother called and said, so what are you doing? I said, I'm making sunflower purple velvet quilt. So why don't you just buy her a blanket at Target? It's like, they don't sell Mama Love at Target. You know? So when I gave her that blanket, she like wept, tears of joy. And so, you know, my grandmother's age, the men might be out on the porch smoking and the women be inside drinking tea or some other controversial activity, but they were all doing something with their hands. quilting, sewing, mending, working with wood, working with metal, embroidering, and, we tend to think like, oh, that's old-fashioned or something. But now we have a generation of people with Alzheimer's disease and dementia and poor memory, and if we did things with our hands, in Japan, senior citizens are encouraged to do origami. Do things with your hands. So don't lose that. And when I went through menopause, Susan Wheat says, when you get to menopause, it's time to start doing all the things you've always wanted to do and never got to do because you were raising children and husbands and kids and dogs and companies. So I said, I'm going to learn to crochet. And I'll tell you, it can help you through such stressful times to knit one, fold two, or single crochet, double crochet. And, my grandkids go to a free Waldorf school in Boulder, and they teach the boys to knit. And so, okay, you can watch, whatever it is, Harry Potter again, but you're going to knit. Or we have to watch The Little Mermaid in French or Spanish. So don't let your kids get off the hook too easy, So doing things with our hands and then using our bodies in different ways. We get really into a pattern, and so ways to develop new neural pathways, it's kind of like use it or you lose it. So even now, so I watched Game of Thrones, but I watched it in French, and I made another quilt, So what can we do to keep learning? People go on vacation to the same place every year. They ski the same runs. They eat at the same restaurant. They order the same thing. Use your body in different ways. Go try different things. Read different kinds of literature. You only read romance novels? Read autobiography. Try science fiction. Try, physics. Try reading the Urantia book. I think that helped my IQ a whole bunch. That was a big endeavor.
Sorry, that was my question, and I wasn't very specific, or at least specific enough. I'm talking about after an accident or after some nerve damage.
All right.
Help stimulate new neural pathways.
Okay. Well, certainly, I think of, again, the herb St. John's wort, which you could use in several different ways. You could use it as an herb. You could use it as a homeopathic remedy. Hypericum, it's known as. And you could also use it as a oil that you rub on topically on areas that there's nerve damage. And I also think of acupuncture and body work and rolfing because the issue's in the tissue. Very often I see traumas on here too. So, when we suffer from trauma, it's real, sometimes I tell people, rather than telling the story over and over and over again, write it down. So you don't have to be telling people over and over again. How many people can tell about, they did me wrong, or the terrible accident, or when you got mugged, or, when you were in the earthquake. And so if you put it on paper, it's like you're getting it out of you. But if you have to tell the story 5 times every day to everybody who wants to know what happened, it keeps you living in it. And I really just decided I'm going to put it down on paper and be done with it. So that might be really therapeutic to be in very detail. And even though it might provoke tears and sadness and fear and grief and all that, just to say, okay, but I'm getting it out of me. I'm also big on soaking in the bathtub. And I know that we want to be water wise and not waste water, but when you're in the shower, you have to stand up. But when you soak in the bathtub, and this might be another place that you put flower essences or crystals or Epsom salts or, rose petals or whatever's comforting to you. And what I like to say is in the bathtub, when you're done bathing, let the water out of the tub. And maybe even while you're in the tub, this is a good place to cry and grieve and breathe and, really make sound. And then when you're done bathing, let the water out and visualize all that sorrow and grief and fear going down the drain and being healed by the Earth Mother. I think that's really powerful. Even going to the hot springs can be really powerful for letting go. But if you have someone do body work on you, ask them to use Hypericum oil or St. John's wort oil. Thank you for clarifying that question.
And burning those stories too, if you feel called to. Using the fire to purify that.
You can purify that. But save a copy for all the people that want me to tell the story all over again. Yeah, because I know that you end up reliving it, and every time it's like, oh, and, you don't want to talk bad about, the person that did you wrong, but it's like, oh, you're continuing to live that drama, and you get to a point, I think that's part of healing, like, I'm done. Yeah, so let go of it. Okay. There's so many good questions here. I'm going to get to every one of these. So I'm skipping around here, but we're going to bladder issues, prolapse of the bladder. I'm hearing a lot from women who, as they get older, are finding that frequent nighttime urination becomes an issue. I won't ask for a show of hands. So things that could help. Squatting on the toilet before bed is really helpful. You'll find that you urinate from a really deep place inside you. And I know that's hard to do, especially if you don't have a really good toilet. But again, the squatty potties help. Lean forward. After you're done urinating, stand up. Sit down and urinate again. The leaning forward really helps. The squatting or the squatty potty helps a lot. But again, we really need to tonify our kidneys and bladder. They really correspond a lot to our longevity, to the health of our bones, our teeth, our hair. So again, black foods are great. They indicate the presence of minerals. Think of black rice, wild rice, black quinoa, black beans, black sesame seeds, black chia, black olives, black seaweed. So, that's another color that we didn't put on there, but that's going to indicate minerals, and that's really important. I'm also such a big believer, and this is especially for prolapse, Kegel exercises. Kegel. Because we do all these things, we go to the gym and we tonify our gluteus maximuses and our, all of that stuff. But what do we do to keep strong in our pubococcygeus muscle? So, and men can do Kegels as well. If you were urinating and you had to stop, there's certain muscles you would tighten that would stop the flow of urine. And so if you have to learn what those muscles are while you're urinating, good, start, stop. It would give men much more ejaculatory control and the ability to hang in there and please their partners. But the real important thing is it will keep us out of diapers. And it's a really scary thought that adult diapers, now let's sell baby diapers, because adults might wear diapers for 10, 15 years, whereas babies hopefully wear them for just a couple years. Because I lived in the teepee and had to hand wash them with Dr. Bronner soap in the ice cold creek, my kids were potty trained by a year. You learn real quick when you have to deal with it yourself, and then they freeze on the clothesline. It's just hard, but anyways, yeah, stay out of diapers, because no one's going to want to get in your diapers. There's a wonderful herb called corn silk. That's really good for the urine. When you open an ear of corn, like the one that you buy whole, you got these long silky threads, that's the corn silk. You can dry that and make tea out of it. There's another herb called uva ursi, which is really good for low-grade bladder infection. Juniper berries, I picked some juniper here. The berries aren't quite ripe, but when they turn dark blue, they're ripe, and that's a great genitourinary antiseptic.
What were those?
Juniper berries. They're ripe when they're blue. These are not quite ripe.
So how would you make that?
Well, you can. I put them in sauerkraut, so you can use them fresh. And if for people trying to quit smoking, chewing on 5 to 10 juniper berries a day helps to break up tar and nicotine deposits in the lung. It's very antiseptic. During the bubonic plague, they would burn branches of juniper. They'll put it on the fire. Junipers used to make gin.
I've heard that it has slight contraceptive actions. Is it really anything that'd be useful or to worry about?
That's a good question, and that's one of the things that got a lot of people in trouble for practicing witchcraft, knowledge of contraception. The church did not like that, or knowledge of how to deliver babies, because if women die in childbirth, they go to heaven, according to the church, automatically. Therefore, midwifery and herbalism were two of the things that really got a lot of women and men in trouble. So a lot of the knowledge about contraception, that's we have a joke at herb school, like, what do you call a woman who uses natural birth control? Mommy. But I don't want to digress into that subject too much, although, if you probably the herb that's getting the most research about contraception is wild carrot seed. Wild carrot seed. But again, is it 100%? Is it 80%? I think we definitely, there's studies going on though. It seems like it's pretty darn good. But it's hard to find. So it's Queen Anne's lace, Daucus carota, Queen Anne's lace, or wild carrot it's also known as. So you might look at that.
And that would be just what? The female taking that?
Women take a teaspoon of it for a week following unprotected intercourse. So some women take it every day. And some women are saying it works really well. Me, I've already paid my dues, so it's up to you young people.
I tried it. I didn't get pregnant.
That works for me. And I did a study years ago with wild yam, and it worked for, out of 21 women took part in the study, and 3 got pregnant. So it worked for a lot of them, but it didn't work for everybody. So again. So other things for bladder prolapse, not putting on extra weight. Headstands, shoulder stands are really good, but the Kegels are really powerful. I know that's not, there is an herb, black cohosh, which you've probably been hearing about. Black cohosh could also be an herb that helps to tighten prolapse in general, uterine prolapse and bladder prolapse. But in general, we need to strengthen every part of our body, and multiple pregnancies, and getting really distended, not urinating when we have to, and we could also look at issues of are we drinking enough water? How is the acid alkalinity of our urine? So, just a few ideas. Really, I'm just kind of doing an overview on everything, and when I meet with people, I do have a private practice. I find out, well, what are you eating, and how old you are, and what's your health history, and what kind of surgeries have you had. All of that stuff really goes into how you help somebody work through and navigate a health situation. But I'm just kind of being general to give you ideas to say, yeah, there's things that you could do, but on an individual basis, we might come up with other things too. Ear ailments. Okay, let's just take ear ailments. So there's a wonderful book written by a Miami pediatrician called Childhood Ear Infections. And basically the book says, before you have tubes put in your child's ear, try taking them off of dairy products. Milk is highly inflammatory. I know milk might have been a good food when you had a nice cow in the backyard and Bessie ate the grass and you milked her every day. But now we're drinking milk that's pasteurized, homogenized, and that's even if it's organic. If it's not organic, now you've got hormones and, all kinds of other things, drugs, antibiotics that they're being fed. So the other thing is gluten. Wheat and dairy could also be an allergen that's causing inflammation in the eustachian tubes. So it makes me really sad when I see little kids that are on antibiotics already, and they're just sometimes a few weeks old, they have an ear infection already. And you might say, well, they're not drinking cow's milk. No, but their mother is. Or they might be sensitive to something that the mother's eating. And once you do antibiotics, it's interesting. Kids, when they've looked at kids who have attention deficit disorder, a majority of them also had chronic ear infections, which probably means they took a lot of antibiotics already, which might make them have more food sensitivities. So we really want to look at that. So what can you do for an ear infection? Well, try to clear up the diet, including the mother. I know it seems, daunting, but rather than thinking about what you can eat, you start looking at what can you eat? Well, you've got fruits and vegetables, and quinoa is not a grain, and, there's hazelnut milk. I usually don't put people on soy milk because soy can be really hard to digest, and really soy can be phytoestrogenic. It doesn't contain estrogen, but it contains the precursors, and if soy's fermented, I think it's a lot better tolerated than tofu and soy milk.
My first acupuncture school, ACTCM in San Francisco. My chemistry teacher named Sky Sturgis, he was the scientist who brought soy milk from kitchen to market, and he swore that he would never touch the stuff and told us, none of us to eat it, ever.
Yeah.
FYI.
Yeah, and unfortunately, a lot of people think they're going off of dairy and gonna do something healthier, so, yeah, I know, it's interesting. Soy is kind of, if it's miso or tempeh, it's a lot more digestible, but be careful of overdoing that.
Coconut milk.
That's from far away. What I've been doing lately is hazelnut milk, because they do grow, but coconuts grow in the US, just, more south. Yeah, I love it, and especially if it's unpasteurized. Almonds, I'm hearing it takes like 1 gallon of water to produce 1 almond, and since most of the almonds are grown in California, and they've been pasteurizing the almonds since 2008. And so this brings up another doctrine of signatures, because you might have gotten a sense like, I like raw foods a lot, I wrote a book called Awesome, but think of the doctrine of signatures. When people feel bad, they say, I'm fried. They say, I'm zapped, as if they've been in a microwave. They say, I'm baked. Well, that could be something else. Baked, fried, cooked, toasted. Yes. And then they say, well, why do I feel so bad? Almost everybody I know who microwaves their food is exhausted. It doesn't make you feel fresh, alive, crisp, vital, colorful. So I think of all the cooking methods, but that's probably the worst. But think about this. You plant a raw sunflower seed in the ground, and it has the life potential to grow into a 10-foot tall plant and produce a big flower that smells amazing, that feeds the bees and has edible petals that was sacred to the Mayan culture. And in the fall, you have like maybe 500 seeds in that one flower. And each one of those seeds could grow into another 10-foot tall plant. What if we planted a roasted, salted sunflower seed right next to it? What if you pray over it? I do believe in prayer. What? Would that change it? No. What if you put some crystals around it? And chant, oh, money, my home. Will it grow?
Yes.
So, my feeling is like, whatever your feelings are about it, I think when it comes to certain foods, we can cook them without heat. So we could soak the sunflower seeds and then rinse them and then dehydrate them with Celtic salt, and they would still grow. Or, we could turn our cabbage into sauerkraut, or, but so many things we're eating, if you could eat them raw, you could blend them up, So some things you need to cook, but, okay, so somehow I was talking about ear ailments, okay, so thank you. So, echinacea is a herb I've often relied on giving to children. You can give echinacea to children. Maybe you want to give it in a glycerite, meaning it's made in glycerin rather than alcohol.
Is the most effective part of the echinacea like the root or the stem or the flower or a mix of the three? Or?
In this country we use the root, but in Europe they use the flower, the leaf, the stem. They use the whole thing.
All of it.
They use the whole thing.
Okay.
And I think that there's virtues in both, but I think the root is the most medicinal part. I think it's a space thing in Europe because every country's kind of small and they're very competitive for resources with one another. You can buy in health food stores or learn to make one yourself, an ear oil. And they're usually made with olive oil, slices of garlic, mullein flour, M-U-L-L-E-I-N, mullein flour, and maybe a little St. John's wort. But again, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. If you're new to herbs, just go to a health food store. Wish Garden, which is a local company, has a nice ear treatment kit that has the oil and the internal echinacea. Now, if blood or pus are coming out of the ear, that would be a condition where maybe you do want to get medical attention. And also, as Euphemia said, the ears are governed by the kidneys, and so all those black foods, the black rice, the black quinoa, eating more black foods, getting better quality minerals, And then we could also look at, on an emotional level, is there something in your life that you don't want to listen to or hear? You know, children often hear the TV, the radio, parents fighting, siblings arguing, loud rock music. Maybe they're in a daycare with 30 kids and their nervous system can only handle 2 siblings at the moment. That's enough. I mean, we're really pushing it, you know, putting kids in daycare when they're just a few weeks old. You can also massage a little bit of lavender or tea tree oil in front of the ear and behind the ear. Another remedy would be to make a hot ginger tea and soak a washcloth in the tea and put it right over the ears. So, you kind of see it as the whole body, but very often it's inflammation, and it could be due to a food sensitivity. And there's a lot of homeopathic remedies for ear infections. I don't want to, homeopathy is not like echinacea. It's like, is it the ear red or is it white? Does the child want to be held or do they want to scream? Or, you have to play 100 questions. So we're not going to do that. But that could also be another way of dealing with it. Digestive health. I'm just, that's a big one. There's like 3 questions in one here. But okay, so digestive health, there's over 700 different digestive remedies in the marketplace, so that ought to tell us something about what's going on. So I like to give the idea like we're going to take our portion of what we're going to eat, and we're going to sit with it, and we're going to be mindful, meaning have a moment to give thanks or say a blessing or breathe, a moment of silence, however you want to do it. It doesn't hurt to be thankful and grateful, but we have food. And then when we drink with meals, I know everybody drinks with meals, but we tend to dilute our digestive enzymes. So a student at Naropa the other day said, yeah, but I have to drink with meals so I can swallow my food whole. I said, yeah, because you're not chewing. You take 2 bites, you drink a big glass of ice water, which is even worse because now you're cooling your digestive fire. So maybe, if you want to sip something, make, a little soup or sips of green tea or something, but not drinking with meals can be a huge thing. And very often what's happening with their digestion, it's not that the Creator made us wrong, it's that we're eating something that we don't tolerate. And there's about 10 foods that are highly allergenic, and they're often going to be the ones we crave the most. Now, what's that about? Like why? When people says, I love bread, I love pasta. A woman was about to put her kid on medicine for ADHD, and I said, so does your child crave anything? She says, oh, since she was 18 months, she would pound her head on the refrigerator, cheese, cheese, cheese. I was like, let's see what happens when we take her off of cheese. And again, you're going to have to find a substitute. There are nut cheeses. There's some really good, I don't want to badmouth any particular companies. I don't like cheeses made with canola oil, all right? But there are some good nut cheeses you can find at Whole Foods. What else can we do for digestive things? Look at the common allergens, dairy, gluten, and gluten is in wheat, rye, barley, spelt, and kamut. And I know it's ever present. I mean, it's said that the average American eats between 1/3 and 2/3 of their diet as wheat. And that might not be true for people that go to herbal seminars. But, if you think about it, gluten, when I look at people's food journals, like waffles and pancakes and burritos and pizza and pasta and more burritos and French toast and pancakes and pretzels and waffles and sandwiches and toast and, wow, all that has wheat in it, and bulgur and couscous. So you see that it really ends up being a lot. And interestingly enough, many people, when they go to Europe, don't react to those things at all. And it's coming out that maybe it's some of the things we're processing our grains with. Bromine is kind of getting some attention right now. Or, it used to also be that 100 years ago, people ground their grains up fresh. Every little house on the prairie had a little mill. Maybe that worked better, because grains go rancid quickly. So, soy's a common allergen, shellfish, yeast, sugar, eggs. So if you look at, maybe it's a food that doesn't agree with you that's causing all these digestive problems. Unfortunately, we live in a time where there's a substitute for almost anything. There's great gluten-free products, there's great dairy-free, there's nut-free, a lot of people are allergic to nuts. So trying to, keeping a food journal and seeing what might be the problem. Peanuts are a common allergen. Peanuts, they crop rotate peanuts with cotton, and since cotton is not a food crop, they spray the heck out of the peanuts, and then the next season they grow, they spray the heck out of the cotton, then the next season they grow peanuts there. So peanuts are highly contaminated. They also contain a mold called aflatoxin, which is a known carcinogen. So I try to get my clients like, could you try tahini or hazelnut butter, or I like really raw almond butter by Rejuvenative Foods, but it's like $30 a jar, so I mostly buy tahini. So use more culinary herbs. When kids tell me like, oh, my stomach hurts, I usually say, go sit on the potty. Maybe you need to go to the bathroom. And very often a cup of ginger tea, a cup of peppermint tea might help. It may be that a probiotic supplement helps. But again, we don't want to Band-Aid a person. We don't want to treat people allopathically and say, well, ginger's natural instead of, Tums or something. We want to get to the cause of it. Remember, we don't want to just have the person continue to eat that food that's really making a mess of them. And kids can be really stubborn and picky eaters, and they often like what might be the worst thing for them. So teaching kids to make food, to help you in the kitchen, to grow vegetables, to go shopping with you, giving them the challenge of, I need you to pick 3 red things that you're willing to eat, 3 orange and 3 green. This might be good exercises for some of us as well. So when children have colds, it's a great time to really lay the love on them and massage them. And but again, it could be simple herbs, ginger, peppermint, echinacea, in a glyceride form. I remember one time, both of my kids had strep throat, which is not like an easy thing to treat. And at the end of, Rainbow said to me, well, Mom, you always treat us with herbs, and we end up missing more school than the other kids, because they just got antibiotics, and they went back to school the next day, and you make us take these herbs. And I say, well, yeah, but, I made you soup, and I massaged your feet, and we got to hang out with Sunflower, and we watched a movie, and it's like, that's nice. I took my time off from work to stay home with you. And then at the end of the year, she said, well, Mom, I think you should know that I actually missed less school than my friends because I only had strep throat once. Mm-hmm. The kids that had the antibiotics got it over and over again. So, again, sometimes, in the Native American culture, we say, not that I am, well, I have a little bit of that, but the saying that I like a lot is, you get sick in order to get well. So getting sick can be an opportunity. If we're open to learning what it has to teach us, it can be a great healer.
Which herbs do you use to treat strep throat?
Well, what I ended up using was usnea and tea tree oil. I did hot ginger compresses around the throat. Usnea, which is like a lichen that grows on the dead pine trees, Usnea barbata. It's highly antimicrobial. I might also use Isatis. So Coptis, Andrographis. But the throat's also about expression. Are you expressing your truth? Are you able to speak out? So it's good to look at all that too. So what else? Cold in children. Children usually have smaller dosages. So when you're working with children, they can use the same herbs, but they're probably going to want to use the herbs that taste better. Good luck giving them golden seal. It's probably not going to work. And so one of the rules of thumb for dosages with children is you take the child's weight, let's say they weigh 50 pounds, whatever their weight is, divide by 150. And a 50-pound child would take about a third of the adult dosage. That's one method. If they weigh 25 pounds, 25 divided by 150, that's like 1/6. So I'm not gonna make the tea weaker, I'm just gonna give them less tea. Because they might just take a few sips of it. They might drink a quarter of a cup rather than, a full cup. And you could also, with children, add herbs to the bath. Remember, we were talking about getting things through your skin, so ginger tea in the bath, peppermint tea in the bath. Another way you might use tinctures with children is to put the tinctures on the soles of their feet, so they can absorb the properties through that without getting really dosed with alcohol.
Making a tea in the bath, do you like make a separate tea on the stove and then add it in, or do you just throw things into the bath?
Well, I might make it separate on the stove, or I might go to my lost sock collection and find a sock that, we've been missing that match a long time, stuff the sock with dried herbs or fresh herbs, tie it up and then run the bath really hot, and then turn the water off and let it get the right temperature, and then take a bath in it that way. So essentially, there's a few ways of making tea in the bath. That might also be a nice use of essential oils. After the tub is filled, put, for children, maybe 5 drops of essential oil, whereas an adult might take 10 drops of essential oil in the tub. But fill the tub up first, because the essential oils evaporate quickly, and so, close the bathroom door, close the shower to keep the essential oils in there. Growing pains. So here's a little poem. It doesn't rhyme, but I think you'll remember it. If you have spasms, think magnesium. But, I always think of magnesium as being like the key element for growing pains. And it's good for all kinds of things, like Charlie horses. Have any of you ever had like a eye twitch?
Yeah.
It's like, what the heck is that about? Like, you look at your eye and it's going spasms. So magnesium. And the best source of magnesium is green leafy vegetables. Nuts and seeds are good sources of it too. Oh, I was going to say something else about almonds, why I was making hazelnut milk. Almonds have been pasteurized since 2008. So even though you think you're buying raw almonds, they've been heated, and meaning pasteurized, they've been heated to like 212 degrees. So they killed the enzymes in them so they wouldn't grow into an almond tree. So, okay, I know. So same with pecans. So, yeah, but walnuts and hazelnuts are still pretty.
Even if they say like raw,
they'll say raw almonds. And they're still
well, then why would
pasteurized.
you pay more for the
So at Vitamin Cottage or Natural Grocers, if you buy the Spanish almonds, that are raw Spanish almonds, those are not pasteurized. Yeah. So pasteurization is a way of like sterilizing things to decrease mold and bacterial growth. It's a food preservation method. But again, do we want to feel, I don't know, pasteurized, yeah, sterilized.
Another benefit of the hazelnuts over the almonds is that almonds have to be individually pollinated by a bee. Like every single almond is pollinated, and hazelnuts don't get pollinated.
Well, the British think that the reason so much great literature comes out of England is because they eat hazelnuts.
Yeah.
Think Shakespeare and John Lennon and Paul McCartney. So.
And Ireland, it's the tree of knowledge.
Yes. Yes. Okay. So, sinus infections. Well, the lungs correlate to the sinuses. The lungs open into the sinuses. So if someone's having sinus infection, it also gets me that people will take antibiotics over and over again for sinus infection, and their doctors never said, have you tried going off of dairy? Have you tried going off of gluten? Those are the first things that I would think of. I sometimes see people develop a lot of sinus infections after they've done antibiotics, because now they've developed food sensitivities they didn't have before. So I'm also thinking of something else for your question, enzymes. Taking enzymes might also be a helpful thing. There's a really good brand called Enzymatica. Because enzymes help us break things down. I don't know, just something to look into. But so if someone's getting sinus infections, maybe try going off with the food allergens. Eating hot, pungent things like garlic, onions, horseradish, cayenne can help open your sinuses. There's a wonderful little essential oil vial you can buy at the health food store. called an Olvas inhaler. And it's eucalyptus and menthol and camphor, and you just open it up and hold it to your nasal passages. Oh, you can breathe, that's so good, I love that. That's a great investment, $6 to get an Olvas inhaler. So think about strengthening your lungs with more dark orange vegetables, winter squash, sweet potatoes. Think about eating more green leafy vegetables, which do have beta carotene in them. They're just covered up by the chlorophyll. And then, sinus infections, is there someone around you that's irritating you? A lot of times when we don't like someone, we don't like the way they smell. My nose is running, I'm clogging up, I don't want to have to smell you. So it's, again, Louise Hay's all about, looking at the emotional stuff. There might be something there. We don't want to, tell people that's the way it is, but it's at least something to be an observation about. Another remedy for sinus infections is to make a tea of ginger, soak a washcloth in the hot tea, and then apply it over the sinuses. So that can be really helpful. The heat and the warmth of the ginger can help loosen things. And, a lot of people use neti pots as a way of dealing with sinus infections. I want to say that there were 2 deaths recently related to people using contaminated tap water in Louisiana, but they got brain infections. So really you should use water that's been, pure water, something that's somehow purified. So, yeah, I know, Andrew Weil wrote about that in his magazine.
Someone told me yesterday that over time, people who neti pot like every single day or multiple times a day can get water like stuck in your nasal cavities. I don't know the veracity of this, but they were like, no, it's like a thing. And I was like, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to research that.
That's a good thing.
I guess it's like everything in moderation.
It's kind of like douching or doing enemas all the time. Because you wash away your friendly flora if you're always rinsing your nasal passages. So, not overusing neti pots. Personally, I don't like it. I'd rather just blow my nose with a tissue. The water in the nose thing doesn't do it for me, but I know a lot of people who love that. But I'm not one of them. Okay. Back to emotional trauma just for a minute. The color green is really healing for emotional trauma. So it might be like wearing green clothing, having a green blanket. You can even do color therapy baths, spending time in nature. And then it's also good to look at, whatever happened in the traumatic situation, how could you be more prepared? Does that mean taking a martial arts class or having pepper spray on your keychain or, having a fire extinguisher or, whatever it is? What can you do to remedy it so you're never as vulnerable? Having an earthquake preparedness kit in the car, whatever it is. I know we're having more earthquakes here because of fracking. So watch out for that. Emotional trauma, the bathtub thing. Okay, you want to tell me something? Sure. Should we take a 15-minute break now? How about 2:45? We'll take a 15-minute break. Are we doing okay, Natasha?
Yeah.
Okay. Pregnancy. Is our pregnant lady still here? She's still
Actually,
here.
2 of us.
So, okay, 2 of you, super. So pregnancy, well, if you're here, you probably know that there's a wonderful herb called raspberry leaf, Rubus idaeus, and it's high in calcium, magnesium, and iron. And it tastes a lot like black tea. It contains an alkaloid called fravarine, which is said to make labor easier. Of course, who knows how much harder it would be without it, but raspberry leaf tea, even pregnant animals will seek out raspberry leaf tea. The other herb, which I've already expounded upon that's great for pregnant women, is nettles. Nettles, nettles is so high in iron, it contains vitamin K. It can help your blood clotting factor, so you're less likely to, bleed too much after giving birth. Some parts of the world, they have a little expression, which I, don't even really like to repeat, but some parts of the world, they say, for every child, a tooth. So if you have 3 children, expect to lose 3 teeth. If you have 4 children, you might lose 4 teeth. You know, if you have more than that, it could be trouble. So by providing those mineral-rich herbs of raspberry leaf and nettles, they give you things that are really, really important. It's also like, you know, such an important time to eat the right things. And I think that we often think, you know, I'm eating for 2, so I can just go to town and have, you know, ice cream and, you know, chips and all those things. But it's kind of like you want to look at everything and is this nourishing me? So again, winter squashes and vegetables and soups and getting adequate protein. And I think sometimes a lot of pregnant women start doing a lot of dairy products and find that that's making them constipated. Of all the dairy products, I think yogurt is probably the most redeemable, maybe kefir, but you want something that has at least probiotics that's been brought back to life. So what else for pregnancy? You know, I could talk a little about birthing. You know, I've been to a number of births. It's really a powerful thing. I'm sure quite a few of you have been there. It really teaches you to trust in the universe and surrender. And so a couple things I learned, little tricks along the way, is when you know you're in labor, go for a walk and walk like this. Helps the baby come down. You know, in the hospital, they're so quick to get you to lay down, and that makes the birth canal longer. So go for a walk. You know, it really also puts you in touch with the divine. It's a time for like prayer and, you know, really getting ready for this amazing event. And okay. If you're going to be birthing, whether at home or the hospital, having a really beautiful mandala or picture that you can look at and focus on can be very helpful. Rather than like looking at somebody's face for the answer, because they're freaked out too. I've had to give rescue remedy to fathers and boyfriends a lot. And I know birthing's really changing now, like, you know, hypnobirthing and the things that I thought were really cool and progressive, like Lamaze breathing. But I think the Lamaze breathing is great. I certainly did that. I had 2, you know, home births. My first husband, who was an auto mechanic and Afghani traveler, he delivered both kids. No doctor, no midwife. I really trusted in raspberry leaf tea and nettles that everything was going to be all right. But you know, maybe that's naive. But hospital births have gotten a lot better. They really have. They let you. They don't make you have an enema or shave you or give you, you know, drugs unless you scream out for them. So here's another opportunity to toughen up. I don't use a lot of raspberry leaf during nursing because it's astringent. So raspberry leaf can help prevent miscarriage as well.
What if you're doing?
You know, if miscarriage is a threat or you know, someone's had a number of miscarriages, there's 2 herbs that can help prevent miscarriage: cramp bark and black haw. And so if someone's had a history of miscarriage, you might even take a dropper full 3 times a day prophylactically. Or cramp bark, they're both uterine sedatives. I had this client and she'd had 3 miscarriages and she came to see me and I said, I wouldn't jog. No, but I have to jog. Jogging is everything to me. I said, you know, you can jog later. I think jogging's jarring, you know. But Kim Alexis, the supermodel, she jogged when she was pregnant. I said, you know, I don't know what to tell you, but, you know, I wouldn't do things that are jarring, like jump roping. Can you see how that would be a little intense, you know, especially if you have a history of miscarriage? Some women that have a history of miscarriage, you know, maybe, you know, and in some cultures, you know, don't even have intercourse during their pregnancies. I know that's a lot to ask, so we'll just back off with that one.
Is that a dropper full 3 times a day?
If you have a history of threatened miscarriage. But, you know, sometimes miscarriage happens. It happens more often than we even know about it. Okay, pregnancy, physical, so many things. Wow. There's like 10 questions in here, so I'm going to be a little selective here. Nasal congestion, I think I talked about that. The sinus thing, get off the dairy. cramps? Are you taking calcium, magnesium, exhaustion? Well, nettles is good for exhaustion. I have to tell you, not only do I eat fresh stinging nettles, we juice them almost every day, but not in a juicer. So this is something great to do with weeds. Stuff your blender with weeds. So go out there, peppermint, malva, violet leaves. What else do you have? Purslane, dandelion greens. Put them in the blender. This is very easy. This takes like 3 minutes. Put like half an apple in there, and then fill the blender with water, and then blend it all up, and then go to the hardware store previously, get yourself a paint strainer bag, and pour the whole mess through the paint strainer bag and just squeeze it. I know you're thinking, well, couldn't I use cheesecloth? You can't squeeze cheesecloth like you want to squeeze this nylon paint strainer bag. Then you compost what's left over. When you drink that juice, that is Jedi. That is going to make you feel like a superhuman, because you are eating weeds that were growing like 3 minutes before you were eating them. You can't buy that at the store. Doesn't that make sense? There's nothing like that at the store. It's not dried, it's not heated, it's so fresh. And these are the survivor plants that are still doing well despite the status of your garden. Okay, so I love that. And that's a great thing. Cramps, magnesium, exhaustion. There's also a little herbal and iron tonic I like for pregnant women called Floridix. Any of you ever take Floridix? Makes you feel real good. Good in general for exhaustion, good for anemia. I believe it's a German product, and it's made with nettles and black currants, and it's like an herbal syrup, and it has a little nutritional yeast, although they have a version without that. But I like that too. Okay. Oh dear. Depression, anxiety. Well, we talked a little bit about anxiety. Depression, according to Asian medicine, there's a lot of reasons for depression. And I could talk about the thyroid and the kidneys, but I want to say that, one organ system we really want to look at if we have depression, not just related to pregnancy, but in general, like wherever 2 or more are gathered, one is on Prozac, right? But that we need to look at the health of our liver. Remember I was saying, how goes your liver? So things that we do that are really hard on the liver, fried foods, chips, bad oils, salad dressings that are made with heated oils that are full of free radicals, not getting enough sour. So the lemon and water, the apple cider vinegar, the more tart apples, the more berries. They're finding out that depression could also be a type of inflammation. So this is a really important thing I want to say. This is new research. Depression could be due to inflammation. But so is just about every other disorder. We're finding out that almost all disorders are due to some type of inflammation. You might call it stuck chi, but inflammation. What causes inflammation? Well, food sensitivities, life, our organ systems being backed up, energy not moving through us the way that it should, wearing clothes that are really tight that keep us from breathing deeply into our belly, being constipated, on and on and on, being overwhelmed. Okay, so what reduces inflammation are enzymes. And enzymes get destroyed at about 114 degrees. So if we were to eat more living food, fresh berries, eat an apple rather than a jar of applesauce, eat a, you know what I mean? Like, I'm not saying, I don't eat 100% raw food, but I eat high raw. You get lots of enzymes, and that reduces the inflammation. All of those diseases that end in itis, colitis, inflammation of the colon, arthritis, inflammation of the joints, hepatitis, inflammation of the liver, and even things that don't end in itis, like acne and eczema, it's all inflammation. So if we were to eat more enzymes, I promise you, it makes you happy. It really does. But it also can help reduce inflammation in the body. And I know, Chinese medicine doesn't really like raw food. They say, it's more digestible if you cook it. But I think we also have to look at the status of our culture right now, where, how many people are going to have cancer, heart disease, diabetes. And so I'm really open that humanity maybe needs to shift things from time to time. I mean, we're not hunters right now, not largely as a culture. There's not enough wild animals for everybody to hunt. We're not gatherers as much unless you're gathering in your yard. People tend to not be as nomadic. So I think that different things have served humanity at different times in history. And so the idea of cooking everything has a lot to do when there's not refrigeration, when there's not clean running water, when you have, your goat hung up there with flies all over it. You might want to cook that before you eat it. And so, but now we have to look at, but is that giving us ultimate health? So I'm saying, maybe it's time to try doing more enzymes by eating more fresh, and you might see what happens with that. Again, and I also suggest that in your own life, you might try different diets. What served you when you were 20 might not work when you're, pregnant and 35, or when you are having a different kind of job, or if you move up to the mountains, or you move to the seashore. You might do fine as a vegan living in Key West, Florida, but maybe that doesn't serve you if you live in Netherlands. So I suggest that you be really open to seeing what works for you now. And there's a quote that Jesus says I like a lot. It's more important what comes out of a person's mouth than what goes into it. So we don't want to make a big religion about, what percent are you, or how, we do our best.
We like raw food. We just don't like all raw food.
Yeah.
But we love raw food.
And
Right.
it's totally different for different people. Like people who have a lot of deficiency and are having chronic diarrhea probably won't do well with raw food, but they're also not likely to get cancer or have hypertension. So,
But you could also cook without heat, and that would make it more digestible for the person with diarrhea, like by blending, fermenting, pureeing, finely grating, sprouting, soaking, dehydrating.
I hear that, but it doesn't really bear out in practice all the time for everyone.
Yeah,
I know you have way more experience than I do, but.
So, let's see.
Can you list those ways of cooking without heat?
Sure. Fermenting, so turning a head of cabbage into sauerkraut, or a thing of milk into yogurt or kefir. Blending. So really, eating raw stinging nettles out of the garden is a totally different experience than, blending them, where it's like no sting at all. But you're getting, okay. Soaking, sprouting, like soaking, like ceviche is a way of cooking fish in lemon juice, right? That cooks fish, right? So that's going to make it more digestible. Marinating. You could take a vegetable and marinate it in something like with apple cider vinegar and ginger and olive oil, and it's going to get really tenderized. Finally grating it, so it might make it more digestible than like eating a big apple, but if it were blended, blending is going to make it more digestible. Sprouting it, so if you take something like mung beans, you could cook them, but you could also sprout them. I don't eat a lot of sprouted beans, but mung beans work pretty well. Nuts, soaking them, rinsing them, and then either making a nut puree. So someone might, if they have digestive problems, eating a handful of almonds might be harsh on them, but if they had a really good almond butter or walnut butter, that might be a lot more digestible because it's blended and pureed and more digestible. But taking enzymes could also help. And if you take enzymes with a meal, it's going to help your digestion. If you take it between a meal, it's going to reduce inflammation. Yes?
Is nettles and stinging nettles the same thing?
Yes, nettles and stinging nettles are one and the same. Urtica dioica. So that's just the Latin name. Oh, yes, we're going to take a little break. You've got 15 minutes, and then we're going to cruise. We're going to cruise.
You just drink it, or do you strain it?
I strain it through the paste strainer bag.
Okay. And that's why it doesn't sting?
Yeah, because you blended it, and you've like kind of smushed all the little stinging hairs. Powerful, I love that. I have an apprentice who does that for me. She puts nettle juice on the porch in the morning. It's so nice. Yeah, I love it. I have a few very important announcements. Finding a way for everybody to be here. Let's see, lady in the blue dress, maybe. That's what, did you buy 2 books?
Yes.
Okay.
I didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry.
Okay.
I hid money from myself in the
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay. Spend money on books.
Come back. Come back. Baby, come back. You can bring it home.
Okay, we're just gonna roll through until we're finished.
Okay, the last hurrah. So I've got a couple of announcements I want to say. Tomorrow at CU in Boulder, there's the National Psychedelic Symposium. Any of you that are interested in psychoactive plants, it's a free event at the UMC at the Glenn Miller Ballroom. I'm going to do the talk at 3 o'clock. My partner, Bethany Lovelight, is playing at 2. Rich Strassman, author of DMT, The Spirit Molecule, is the keynote speaker. I think he's speaking at 5.
I'm sorry, what day is that?
Tomorrow, Monday. I think it starts at 10 or 11. It's all day affair.
It's like 9 to 9.
Yeah, Google it and you'll find out. I can't be there at night, but that's one happening. Also, I'm a member of the American Herbalist Guild, which is a guild of professional herbalists, started by Michael Tierra. I'm a founding member of it. And they have a meeting once a year, usually in some out-of-the-way place. Last year we were in Georgia. This year, it's in Granby, Colorado. And I would, for those of you, I see there's a lot of you here that are already knowledgeable, but you don't have to be a member of the guild. It might be a place where you could take classes with people like Christopher Hobbs or, David Winston or, like great herbalists from all around the world will be here. And if you Google American Herbalist Guild, it's going to be at the YMCA Event Center in Granby, Colorado, and it will be October 16th to the 18th. And this is my announcement about the National Psychedelic Symposium.
I'm going to be there.
Okay.
How much of that do you know?
I think it's maybe like, tomorrow the Psychedelic Symposium is free. The American Herbalist Guild thing, it depends if you go for a day, if you're a student, if you're a member of the guild, but somewhere in the vicinity of $300.
And that's the symposium?
Yes. And that would be a great opportunity to
I'm
learn.
Googling it right now if you guys want to take a look after her talk.
Okay, and I think I also passed around a flyer. I'm starting a 10-week class at my house next Wednesday. It meets every week in the house, and we make tinctures and salves and green juices and a lot of wild food dishes and all of that. So I just wanted you to know about that.
Also about the class that we're going to do in February.
Okay, why don't you say something about that?
Brigitte is also going to come back in February to do a 30-hour class here. We're defining what that's going to look like. It's going to be in 2 weekends. So if you are interested in doing that, please come and visit me. And the flyers are on your chairs. So you can also contact me at a later time.
Okay, super.
Sign in.
Yes.
Did everybody sign in?
Okay, so edible medicinal plants that can be found in the wild. I mean, they're everywhere, and I brought a few with me here, but I will say that Colorado abounds with lamb's quarter, wild spinach, purslane. We have a wonderful herb called osha. This is more of a medicinal herb, but it is one of my favorite lung herbs, and it only grows in 4 states. Colorado, New Mexico, Utah, and I think Nevada. But anyways, you can smell it. But it's a beautiful root. The natives call it bear medicine because it was one of the first things that the bears would eat when they woke up in the morning. And I've also told that male bears will offer to the female bears this sort of like a little flirtatious act. So it's kind of sweet that bears do that. So it's a great lung herb. So for those of you with chronic bronchitis or pneumonia or asthma, emphysema, we have good osha in Colorado. But I would say if you want to learn the edible medicinal herbs, it's kind of a thing like come on an herb walk. I do them from May until August, and it's so much better to see the plants than talk about what's here in some nebulous thing, okay? OSHA has nothing to do with occupational safety and that thing.
So what about saving it for the bears? Because I've heard people be like, don't eat OSHA root because the bears need it.
Well, I think it's one thing to collect a little bit of OSHA for yourself and your family, but I would never start a company and use OSHA commercially and try to provide it for the entire country. But I was hiking in Estes Park last week, and I'll tell you, there is so little fruit. There's no apples this year, there's no plums, there's no berries, very little ursi. I think that it's going to be a very difficult winter for the animals. There's not a lot of elderberries. There's always times like that where you don't have a lot of something, like usually apples don't produce lots every year, but this year it's almost like there's hardly anything. So that's just my observation, things that should be covered with berries were barren. And it's, just a few rose hips, that seemed to do okay, but, so, we'll see. So I told you one of my favorite quotes, best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. My other quote is, if you have water to throw away, throw it on a plant. What if we all had a basin in our sink, and every time, we just like you rinse some lettuce, or you rinse an apple, or you use the salad spinner, and you just took that water and then opened your door, or the porch, or the balcony, and gave it back to something. What if we all just thought about recreating Eden every day, everywhere, a little bit, even if it's just a porch garden? But we really need to reevaluate our just flush and use up and run the water while we brush our teeth. I think those days are gone. There's not, there's just too many people on the planet. Herbs with animals. Animals can certainly use herbs, although I don't give cats tinctures. If you give cats alcohol, they seem to get very foamy in their mouth. And we've heard this morning, don't give them xylitol and don't give them chocolate. But they pretty much use the same herbs as us, they just use different dosages. There's some really good books on animal care. I like very much Four Paws, Five Elements, if you're interested in sort of an East-West approach. Four Paws, Five Elements. There's also one that I like a lot, Dr. Pitcairn's Natural Health for Dogs and Cats. And then there was this great gypsy, well, she wasn't a gypsy, she was a British aristocrat, and she left her, affluent life to go live with the gypsies. There you go, that's what she did. Her name was Julia de Barclay Levy, and she wrote a book called Herbal Handbook for Farm and Stable. And so this is a great book if you have goats or chickens or horses or pigs and things like that and want to use herbs for them. I think that there's a great future in natural veterinary care. Because, people are getting so turned on to natural remedies, and if you really love your animals, you probably don't want to give them antibiotics either. And they respond really well to herbs. So, a couple ideas.
Would you mind repeating the Farm and Stable book title?
Herbal Handbook for Farm and Stable. And I just bought it, I just found it on Amazon recently, but I think it's still in print. There's been many variations of it. Julia de Barclay Levy, Levy.
I have a friend who would make like pomades.
Yes.
With like herbal pomades to put them on the pet's like feet or body, because the pets will like naturally try to lick them off. So that's a good way to get using your or any herb remedy.
What's a
So,
pomade?
like a salve. Yeah. Yeah, so you rub it on and they lick it off, but then they get what they need.
Like beeswax or shea butter kind of thing.
Did you see on Facebook someone, like, it was at a cocktail party, had one of those cones around his head like the dogs do? He says, I'm trying to not check my cell phone heavily. So that was what the was for. I'm going to pass this book around. This is my book I did on mental health, like natural remedies for anxiety, depression, grief, fear, so forth. So mental health, very briefly, that's such a big subject, but let me just kind of give it a little go around here. So, our mental body and our physical body is connected. And I think in Western medicine, we say, well, you go to this kind of doctor if you have something wrong with your body, but you go to a completely different kind of doctor if there's something wrong with your mind or brain or emotional body, right? But really, the same things can help your physical body as well as your mental body. So here I'm drawing this star on the board again. And it really corresponds to the 5 elements. So let's just look right here. Remember I said the sour flavor corresponded to the liver and the gallbladder. This is the organ. The liver and gallbladder have a lot to do with depression and anger. And so anger is more of a hot, rising emotion, whereas depression is a little more stagnant. Like, boy, if you only had the energy to get angry, you might not be so depressed. And one of the ways we can overcome depression is through creativity. So there's that little plug for creativity again. And, we could say herbs like St. John's wort, which is good for mild to moderate depression. We could say kava is a mood elevator. We could say lemon balm. The great ancient physician Avicenna used to say, lemon balm maketh the sad heart merry. We could say get off of your food allergies and eat better quality oils and all that. But, so if we look at it like, wow, I'm depressed, maybe it has to do with my liver. I need to eat more greens. I need to eat more sour. I need to improve my salad dressing and get off of that store-bought canola stuff. I need to stop eating chips and fries because those are creating stagnation and toxicity in our liver. And, we're just, ugh, yuck. Okay, wear more color. A friend says, I'm so depressed. I said, Lucille, every time I see you, you're wearing gray. It's winter, it's Colorado. Spice it up a little bit, like this lady here with the hot pink shirts and stuff, and that one, and the flowers on her dress. So you look in the mirror and say, oh, yeah, lemon and water. Smelling different essential oils, smelling lavender. I'm so depressed, smell some lavender. Open that neural pathway. I know I'm making light of all this, but I don't mean to. Heart, small intestines. The emotions associated here could be insomnia, hyperactivity, lack of joy as well as joy. In Asian medicine, they say too much joy is hard on your heart. You ever see that movie, Waking Ned Divine? This old guy, he won the lottery, and next thing you know, he's like dead in his chair. Too much. What happens to people in Hollywood? Like you make $1 million a week and you win Academy Awards and you marry, I don't know. Really name I want to throw out there, but what happens? Does it always work out so great? No, they get their money before their character, bipolar, we could say bipolar, it's up here. So it would be really good, to help our heart, maybe by slowing down, maybe slow down our eating, our driving, rather than talking so fast, chanting mantras or having some kind of prayer that you can recite. I know this is a whole bunch of things, but let me talk about insomnia just for fun. We'll kind of take a wise woman approach to insomnia. Because that can lead to a lot of mental aberrations if you can't sleep. I'm a big believer in getting ready for bed the night before. Then you don't have to think about, my shoes don't match, my skirt needs to be hemmed, I got to empty the dishwasher, got to put gas in the car. Get ready for the next day the night before. Lay out your clothes, your papers, your books, pack a healthy lunch, no excuses, okay? And then stop eating. This is also a part of the weight loss thing. Right after dinner, and I prefer an early dinner, floss and brush your teeth. No food. We keep eating to fuel ourselves. It's really easy, I'm not going to brush my teeth till I go to bed, so that means I get to have popcorn and apples with almond butter and, more popcorn. So floss and brush your teeth early. It's okay, kitchen is closed, no food. We don't need fuel later at night. And if you start snacking in the middle of the night, you can actually train your body to need a snack at 3 a.m. Going to sleep an hour before midnight is actually a good idea. If you're always awake between 1 and 3 a.m., you may find that you get more depressed because your liver should be regenerating at that time. Okay, so it's time, you are getting ready for bed. Turn the lights down low. So much electromagnetic energy in our rooms, the cell phone charger and the smoke alarm. So, when I teach in Iceland, it's light 24 hours. So I started putting a t-shirt over my eyes and said, I slept so deep last night. So now I have like an eye mask. I know I look like Batgirl. Good night, Batgirl. But it really helps you to sleep more deeply. But even supposedly, even if you're not seeing the light, your skin picks up on it too. So whatever you can do to make your room darker. People think, well, I just have a digital clock. That's a lot of light. Mm-hmm. And light is going to interrupt melatonin production, and that's going to interfere with your ability to sleep. So maybe you don't want to drink a big cup of tea before bed, but you've got herbs like valerian, which Valley is not made from. That is an herbal myth. You've got kava kava. You've got hops. Some people say cannabis helps them sleep. I don't know. Yeah, it doesn't do that for everybody, but if you do want to try medical cannabis, the indicas are said to work better. There's CBDs and CBNs, and let's see, that's turning it into a drug again. So think of nothing but the in and out of your breathing. Maybe you want to take a bath before bed, let the water out. And then, there's more high-tech things that can help sleep. Calcium, magnesium, 5-HTP, tryptophan. But if you can do it with herbs. And but the big thing is think of nothing but the in and out of your breathing. You can lay there awake for hours. Life is so exciting. Think about that key person as well. Okay, so stomach and spleen have a lot to do with OCD. People have obsessive compulsive disorder. Does the doctor ever say, what's your relationship with sweets? How much sugar do you eat a day? A lot of times we don't, we're not counting. Nobody thinks you're a junkie if you have 2 candy bars a day, 2 sodas, piece of cake. What's that?
If you have OCD, you might be counting.
I could count it. What did I see that, I love Facebook. There's a band called OCDC, test. OCDC. Okay, so good emotions associated with this one are sympathy and compassion, but it can also kind of turn crazy on you and become obsession compulsion. So maybe you need to get off the sugar. Yeah, worry would be one. Always, so, don't watch the news. Don't, especially before bed. It's really, it puts images. And I'm really a big believer in where we put our consciousness in general. It's not just what you eat. It's not just about who you sleep with. It's about what kind of TV are you going to watch, what kind of movies you're going to watch, where are you going to put your consciousness. So remember, whatever you do during the day, those images are going to come up at night. I know I told you I watched Game of Thrones, but I only watched season 1. I couldn't get anybody to watch season 2 with me. But I do love Outlander. If you like herbs, I think you all do, Outlander's about an herbalist that time travels. It's great. Oh, it's so good, and the books are amazing. Really, way up there. Get ready though, the books are this thick and there's like 6 of them. So. But there's a TV miniseries, it's so good. Okay. And then over here, lungs, large intestines, has a lot to do with grief. So remember I said the little girl, I've had asthma since my daddy went to jail. Sometimes when we're really grieved, our lungs get sick. We get pneumonia, we get asthma, we get emphysema. But it may be that we tend to get grieved very easily because our lungs are weak. It could go either way. the weak organ makes us more prone to certain mental conditions. It could be that the mental conditions weaken our physical body. It could go either way. So, eat things that kind of make you cry, like onions and garlic and dark orange vegetables that strengthen your lungs. There's Bach flower remedies for grief. I'll tell you a couple of really helpful things for grief. There's a flower essence. It's not a Bach remedy, but it's called Bleeding Heart. Bleeding Heart flower remedy, but it's called Bleeding Heart. When somebody dies, Bleeding Heart sends flowers. Well, in a week, all those flowers are going to be dead. You're going to have all these empty vases. It's going to be a really sad day when you throw away all those flowers. Do something practical when somebody dies. Give them a little Bleeding Heart flower essence. And the homeopathic remedy is homeopathic Ignatia. It's good for grief and loss of love. It could be, your dog ran away or your cat died or you go through a divorce. So lots of things can give us grief. So think about the health of our lungs.
Actually, in India, the Bleeding Heart flower is what they give at funerals.
Oh, super.
Yeah.
And then so I'm just kind of going around the thing, and this book is really about all of that. Yes.
Oh, what are a couple positive emotions for the ones in the first?
Expression. Get it off your chest. Write a song about it. Write a poem about it. Find a way to express it. That's why I said, you've been through this horrible thing. Put it on paper so you don't have to I'm going to tell the story 5 times today. When I'm going to go to the family reunion, I'm going to repeat it again. Here, read the article. I'm done. Thank you. So those are the positive things. Expressing yourself. Michael Tierra, author of Way of Herbs, he said this really rude thing, but it's actually quite true. He said, art is toxic discharge. You want to get rid of this toxins, create art. Do a painting about it, write a song about it, write a poem about it. It doesn't matter what the critics think. You don't have to be on MTV, but get it out of you. Create art. Personally, I like art that is more beautiful than that. Android Jones has an amazing exhibit at Rembrandt Gallery in Boulder. My friends and I went there. Check that out. Okay, kidney and bladder. The emotions are fear and willpower. Fear and willpower. Kidneys, fear. Well, sometimes when people are really scared, they pee their pants. I was in Pensacola Beach. I said, isn't this that same beach where that little boy had his leg bit off by the shark? Oh, my friend said, that was down a little ways. Yeah, it's the same beach. I saw a jellyfish, this big. It's you enter the food chain. This is the water element. So this is about water. So anyways, in general, our nervous system corresponds to the liver and gallbladder. So the nervous system fits in here too. So I just want to throw that in. It's a big subject. I could do a whole, one-day workshop just on mental health. But I will say, this is my latest book. I put a lot of that into here because there's herbs, there's essential oils, there's flower essences, and there's foods for each one of these things. But I would say black foods. Remember, we talked about black foods to strengthen the kidneys and bladder.
Just real quick, what are the 5 elements that correlate with each one?
So it's wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. And in Native American medicine, it's the same, the 4 directions, but earth is in the center. Okay.
Where's the air?
Air corresponds to metal. And it is not, the systems don't totally overlap between astrology and tarot and all that, but I try to find ways. Yeah, and some say, well, air is kind of like wind too, and it's not. It's a 5-element theory. So, but I think that I really like it. I think that there's a lot to be learned from it and a way of helping people. Okay.
There's ancient Taoists where the earth is also in the center.
Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, clarity. So we want to feel mentally clear. Stop eating things that you're sensitive to. Fried foods, chips, things that cause brain inflammation are going to make you feel less than clear. You want to feel clear. I'm a little old fashioned, but I am such a big believer in having a day tripper. I call it my day tripper. I don't put it on my phone like you young modern people. I have a multi-dimensional thing of pages I can turn. I even write down who I lent what to who. So I'm not lending you anything else till you give me that scarf back. You know? I write down the names of books and movies you tell me to watch. I write everything down. As long as I don't lose this, I'm okay. But you know, this is like the extension of my brain. So another thing that keeps people from sleeping is like, what time is that chiropractor appointment? Oh my God, what time did I say I would go to the lawyer's office? I need to take my books back to the library. Get it out of your mind and onto paper, and you'll find that you can focus more and be more present in what's really happening. So that's one idea. Our brains, we talked about good brain foods. We said cauliflower and walnuts, blueberries. We talked about black foods because also the health of our brain has a lot to do with the health of our kidneys. So hopefully you're all gonna like forget white basmati rice and go get black rice and wild rice. That is the kind you want to do. You're gonna do quinoa, do black quinoa. And chia seeds. I love chia seeds. They are high in omega-3s. That's good for our brain.
I don't know how to eat those.
What's that?
Like, how do you eat them?
Okay, so I have a YouTube station, and on my YouTube station I have a YouTube called Chia, Ancient American Superfood. You soak them overnight, and they gel up, kind of like, they look like caviar or something. And then you pretend it's oatmeal. You don't cook it, but you say, I'm going to add chopped apples and walnuts and maybe some berries and goji berries and bee pollen and a spoon of walnut butter or something like that. So you dress it up, you know, maybe a sweetener could be a little maple syrup, edible flowers. Yeah, so you eat it like a porridge. Oh, some cacao, raw cacao nibs. That is, oh my goodness. Chia foods were one of the favorite foods of Native American runners. And there's actually a Brazilian running team to this day. Chia is one of their secrets of being able to like win all those races and compete, you know, with countries all around the world. So chia is a bona fide superfood, good for the kidneys, good for the brain. Get off the aluminum. Don't watch the bad TV, you know, like where are you going to put your consciousness? Keep reading, read things that enhance your intelligence, keep learning, do things with your hands. Okay, clarity. Okay, tinea versicolor, skin discoloration. I've had a few cases of this where people get like patches of skin and it gets kind of light colored. So one thing you might try for is take a probiotic supplement, which will help cover the candida aspect of it. A B vitamin complex might really help, like, because you especially want pantothenic acid and pyridoxine.
Where did that come from in food?
Nuts, whole grains, nutritional yeast would be a good source. Sunflower seeds, pumpkin seeds. And then try applying tea tree oil topically. There's also an herb, it's not a really well-known herb, but it is really good for stimulating melatonin production, and it's called Khella. Khella. And Herb Farm makes it. So if you have that condition or know someone does, you know, might look into Khella. Okay. Hashimoto's, you know, thyroid conditions. My sister has Hashimoto's, and you know, she's told like don't eat gluten. Okay, so that's one thing we can do. Remember the health of our kidneys, which governs the thyroid. So all the black foods. I'm also a big believer in you know, massaging your thyroid gland. You could actually take a little bit of oil of frankincense and just go up and down, up and down, up and down on your thyroid. That would be helpful. And the thyroid likes to get a little sunlight. Even though I don't recommend sunbathing, I do think getting a little full spectrum light every day, you know, early in the morning or late at night is really a great thing to do. And I really think we should be able to get sun everywhere in our bodies. I wish, you know, really I tell women with yeast infections, like go find a private place where you can open your yoni to the sun and get sunlight there. don't get caught. You don't want to be on a list for as a sex offender or something. That is a reality. But really, if we could get sunlight there, men could get it, in their jock area. They wouldn't have jock itch. If we could, that would be so good. So, but you have to, almost all of us can find a discreet place where they can get a few minutes of sunlight, even if it means putting beach towels around the balcony or something. I don't know where you live, but just don't get caught. But sun is good.
Like in your window when the sun comes.
Yeah, I think that's really helpful. Skincare. Well, our skin also corresponds to the element of metal. So when we have problems with our skin, like acne, psoriasis, eczema, we should be looking towards the health of our lungs, large intestines. So if you think about skin, it's kind of like the metal element. It keeps things in and it keeps things out. If we didn't have skin, we'd be like, that would be really hard. So I'm a big fan of dry brush skin massaging. You can go to the health food store and get yourself a little vegetable fiber brush and massage your skin. Usually go like up from the hands to the wrists and then the wrists to the elbows and on and on. So get a dry brush skin massage. That's also a good way to toughen up and get more strong in your environment. Another thing you could do is shower and then end your shower with cold water the last few minutes. It closes doesn't really close your pores, but it increases circulation deeper in the deeper part of your body, whereas the hot water makes the blood circulation come to the surface. There's a lot of skin ailments are food sensitivities. Gluten, peanuts, peanut butter is really bad for the skin. But it could be gluten, could be dairy, could be you can't deal with cow's hormones, your own or enough. But we also want to look to a lesser degree the health of the kidneys and the liver. Everything that cleans the blood is going to contribute to the health of the skin. It's also good to look at, where is your skin breaking out? Is it over a particular organ, like over your lungs? You're breaking out in your back, that's over your lungs. You break out in your buttocks, maybe you have issues with constipation. If you breaking out on your face, the cheeks correspond to the lungs. There's this really nice little diagram here about all the different parts of your face and what they correspond to. Yeah, I'll pass this around. You break out in your chin. It's almost like, what side did you ovulate on this month? Oh. Okay. So if I were to say a simple formula for your skin, I would think burdock root, yellow dock root, dandelion root. You can mix them all together. If you want to throw some red clover blossoms in there, that would be nice. But those herbs energetically are going to help things to descend rather than rise to the surface. I personally had acne till I stopped eating gluten. Like, wow, I would have quit years ago. And I loved peanut butter. Because growing up I thought, oh, peanut butter, it's a vegetarian protein. Oh, I love Peter Pan, he's so cute. He can fly. But of course that's like not even, I don't want to badmouth any particular brand, so I'm just going to move on from that one.
Ask some more. You said burdock root, dandelion root, red clover, and you had some third.
Well, yellow dock would be a good one.
Thank you.
Okay, Kundalini energy. Oh, I did make a tea. They sell it at the Dushanbe Tea House in Boulder. It's called 7 Chakra Tea. And I have one plant to correspond to each color of the chakras. And I really am into the chakras, but I'd say Kundalini is about, rising that energy. And I'd say, I'm just kind of winging this. This is one of the more unusual questions I have, but we want all our chakras to be in working order. So we just don't want to be like, oh yes, I'm so psychic. But then, your colon's a mess or your libido's in the trash or something. So it's like, think about energizing all of your chakras. Learn to do chakra meditation. Move in a way that, moves that energy. Dress in a way that doesn't block you. Boy, that's a great subject. I should probably say Bethy Lovelight is doing a chakra ascension activation, just in case you want to come to Boulder. I will be there, October 10th, 10/10, at something motion, free motion, okay? Chakra activation and free motion, 10/10. I think it's at 7 to 10. Okay? But as far as herbs go, I think we could really think about, is there an herb for every chakra? You could think of the colors of the plants, and very often the plants tell you what chakra they're good for by the color of their flower or berry. So we could say like, well, raspberry leaf is, red, and maybe we could say cinnamon or is kind of orange, and maybe we could say turmeric or saffron is yellow, and then maybe we could say nettles or mint is kind of green, and maybe we could say, what's that? Passion flower, okay. Or sage could be blue, and then we could say elderberry right here, and then maybe we could say lotus for the crowning chakra. So anyways, we could get really esoteric about that. We're going to do this at this chakra activation with videos and aromas and music. We're just going to blow your mind. If that doesn't happen tomorrow. Okay. All right, here, reading selected. So I talked about sleep. Wow. I wrote a whole book called The Sexual Herbal, but sexual energy is extra energy. Someone wrote down better sex. So if you want to have better sex, go to bed earlier. I think we wait till we're exhausted to get it on, or you make love in the morning when you have to be somewhere in an hour. I mean, how good is that going to be? You've got to create sacred time to be with your beloved. And, be in good shape so you feel good about tearing your clothes off. Not like, oh, don't look at me, it's going to be dark. Let me see. What else? Better sex. Okay, foods for sexual vitality. Roots energize your lower chakras. Rutabaga, carrots, burdock. Avocados. The ancient Mayan word, or maybe it's an Aztec word, Huactal means testicle tree. So, there you go, low-hung tree there. Nuts and seeds are great for fertility and sex. I mean, anything that's good for fertility is usually good for sex. So, chia seeds, almonds, walnuts, pine nuts, halva, eat foods that have like love energy. And another little thing of food magic is when you serve something to your beloved, like think about like you're sharing from the same piece of fruit. It's not like, well, he gets that apple and she gets that apple. It's like, okay, slice, 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 slice. Okay, so you're eating from the same piece of fruit. And then also think about, decorating your food with edible flowers. So, another thing I would tell my daughters is like, look for someone who brings out the best in you, that wants to encourage you to eat fit. You're picking someone and all of a sudden you're drinking more and drugging more and, lying to your parents. It's like, where's that going to go,
Mm-hmm.
So wouldn't that be nice if we all had that standard of picking someone who brought out the best? No, I want to be healthy. Yes.
So you talked about edible flowers a few times. What kind of edible flowers? What more can you say about different kind of edible flowers?
Okay, thank you. Maybe, so you don't want to eat flowers from the flower shop. They could be grown with pesticides in a foreign country. Farmers markets will often have organic flowers. In my book, Rawsome, I have a list of over 150 edible flowers, but not all flowers are edible. There's some that are really poisonous. Someone had some lilies of the valley in a vase, took them out, drank the water, and died.
Oh my God.
Whoa. Yeah, but marigolds are edible, daylilies are edible.
What about
Roses. Hydrangea. Roses are edible, but they're often sprayed with sprays. Hydrangea I don't think are edible, although the root is used to get rid of kidney stones. Hollyhocks and hibiscus are edible. I love to stuff flowers with like guacamole, or make little fairy tea parties. Dandelions are edible. Bee balm. Violets are edible, and they call violets heart's ease. And something I learned from Susan Weed with violets is to, every spring I make this, I blend up 2 cups of violet flowers with a cup of honey, and the juice of a lemon, and I make purple honey. And I store it in the freezer and, purple honey, that's so yummy.
How do you do it? It's good for
Recipes in here. 2 cups of violet flowers, 1 cup of really raw honey, and the juice of a lemon.
Orange flowers.
Oh, yeah, orange flowers, neroli. Borage, okay, yeah, because I don't have neroli, but neroli floral water is really good. Chamomile, squash blossom, fuchsia, garlic, hawthorn. So it's such a big list, but if you want to list edible flowers, there are so many of them. And flowers are the sex organs of plants, so decorate your food with them. It's really beautiful. I put flowers on just about everything until there are no more flowers. Right now we have a little bit of Rose of Sharon, which is kind of like a hibiscus. So those are still around. You might have violets and dandelions come back in the fall a little bit. Violets might make a second showing. Okay. Spirit connection to baby. So, putting your hands on your belly and saying, I welcome you, to really dedicate, I'm going to do the best to be the best mother I can. But, it can take a while to, really fall in love with your child. I think that's why God made them so cute, Yeah, we made them so cute so we don't just throw them off the balcony. Cute. So, but the love grows. And I think that the moment of birthing, when you give birth and you surrender to the universe and you go through this thing and you realize, oh my God, my mother went through this, my grandmother went through this, it changes your life. But, still, the love grows. Your heart opens like a lotus. So don't worry. Things unfold as they can. And as they do, and life is like that. It's a constant surrender, learn more, give more, surrender more. But put oil on your belly, like coconut oil, and on your thighs, so and your perineum, so you stretch more easily during your birthing, so you don't tear. Coconut oil can be a great ally, and if you know ballet, you can do pliés to help you stretch. Grand plié. Focus. Be present. Don't doodle. Don't text while you're in class. Really be fully present. Ram Dass wrote a book called Be Here Now. So it's the same thing with everything. You're making love, you're thinking about what you're making for dinner. You're not really present. So focus. Write things down. Clear your clutter. Clutter causes confusion. That's an endless process for me because I love stuff. I collect angels and fairies and little things, but I do try to clean something every day. Focus. There is an herb, this is actually a supplement. I will say lemon balm is good for focus. I will say that there's also a supplement called GABA, gamma aminobutyric acid. And this is something that's used by people that have attention deficit disorder or need to feel grounded. But people that feel overwhelmed by so much going on, GABA can help you reel it in and stay focused on what you need to be focused on. A lot of times there's just so much. There's so much stimulus everywhere, traffic, music. There's things we don't even consciously hear, our neighbors, the lights, Any of you ever feel weird like you go in a store like Target and you feel like the lights and there's something vibrating? It's like, yeah. And I was going to say there's a YouTube that you might get a kick out of, or maybe not, but it's called Highly Sensitive People Are Taking Over song. And it's really something. I love this. It goes to Burning Man and he's not going back. For sure. Okay, so what else can help focus? I really feel that ADD, ADHD could be due to a food sensitivity that's causing brain inflammation. I've just seen it over and over and over again where the school thinks that the child needs to go on medication and the parents try taking them off of the food, usually what they love the most. I will share this. I have a grandson who was born very premature. He had a lot of health issues. It was very humbling because he spent his first 6 weeks in the hospital. We didn't know if he was going to survive or if it would even be a good thing for him to survive. And when he was in preschool, they said the deduction of the school was that he has Asperger's syndrome. This is going to be a special needs child, and get ready for the ride. And Sunflower, his mama, said, you know what? I'm going to try taking him off of gluten and see what happens. She took him off of gluten. All of a sudden, something happened to him because he started reading at age 4. And when he was 6, of course, Star Wars, he said, Mom, I want to be a Jedi. And of course, I said, you should read the Urantia book. It's written by extraterrestrials. So he's been reading the Urantia book since he was 6. It was this big. So something happened to him, but in a good way. He became like so smart. I don't even.
Part of Asperger's sometimes.
Yeah, you can be really smart, but now he's totally functional and looks you in the eye and has social relations. And so, yeah, people with Asperger's could be really smart, but they usually can't function in real life. So there's an interesting movie about Asperger's, if you know someone with it. It's called Adam. And Adam, did any of you ever see that movie? Adam only eats Amy's macaroni and cheese. To me, that was a sign, like, see, that's the problem. Not that Amy is bad, and I think she just opened up a fast food restaurant, but he meets a girl, and she wants to take him to a restaurant. So she orders fettuccine alfredo, which is the gourmet version of Annie's macaroni and cheese. But see, my guess is, if he got off the gluten and the dairy, maybe he'd be a lot better. He started eating chia seeds, took some maybe fish oils, maybe ginkgo, gotu-kola,
Well, if 80% of American schools have a deal with Pepsi and Coca-Cola, and they're feeding them not real food.
Yeah. All about the gut bacteria.
And corn's another one of the highly allergenic foods, highly GMO. Okay, so we're going to do this. Do I use companion planting with herbs? I do, but because there's so many herbs we can talk about, there's a book out, I think it's called Roses Love Garlic or something. Roses Love Tomatoes, but, there's so many things we could talk about planting, and I don't really feel that I have all that knowledge right here, but I'm sure you could Google a list of like companion planting. But, the Druids really came up with a lot of that technology of like planting according to the moon signs. Do you plant in a water sign? Do you harvest at a full moon? You harvest things that are above ground around a full moon. You harvest things below ground around a new moon. And there's great books on that. The Farmer's Almanac is full of ideas like that. But yeah, I love companion planting. Rudolf Steiner said nettles are the heart of the world. He was the founder of Waldorf School. He said that whatever culinary herbs you plant near nettles will have more essential oils. So it would increase the essential oil content of your oregano and thyme and basil and all that. So because it's such a vast subject, I would defer to that book, Roses Love Tomatoes or something, or Carrots Love Garlic, or it's one of those. I think there's 2 volumes, I haven't both. So headaches. Okay, if you have a headache, well, I would ask, very often headaches are due to a food sensitivity or something going on with your liver fire rising. I will share, though, a little bit of inside story. I saw someone recently who had cluster headaches, which are horribly painful, and a majority of people with cluster headaches often commit suicide. And this man read somewhere, a study done at Johns Hopkins University, that psilocybin mushrooms could help, and they've been helping him. I don't sell them to him, but anyways, I just wanted to put that out there. Why am I looking at you? But anyway, so that's something. So it's really kind of exciting that new research is occurring about these plants that have been contraband for a long time. But again, we want to look at why are you getting headaches? What was going on in your life when it started? Are they happening around your menstrual cycle or around ovulation? Is it that your liver's overwhelmed, breaking down hormones? Is it after you eat chips? Is it after you drink wine with sulfites? Is it Ever since you fell off your bike and maybe your spine is out of alignment. You know, yes, you could put lavender oil on your temples. There's herbs like feverfew that have been found to reduce the severity and frequency of migraines. There's another herb called butterbur, which is quite expensive, but people are saying that's helpful. But again, we want to find out. Headaches aren't really a disease, they're like a symptom. And we really want to be a detective and figure out, what is this trying to tell us? How can this be my ally? What does this prevent me from having to do? Best herbs to plant together to make them thrive. So, just a couple things. I really think it'd be great if we composted. I live right downtown Boulder and compost. I don't know what the situation here is in Denver, but I don't think you have to worry about bears coming on Sheridan Street or something. But, that's always a concern up in the mountains. But, bears got to eat too, especially this year. But I do think that, like, allowing the weeds to grow like the dandelions and the purslane. And I'm a big believer in see what grows. Sometimes people will rip up things like dandelion and lamb's quarter to grow spinach, which isn't going to do nearly as well as the wild things. So mulch, when you weed, say you do want to pull something up because you're making room for tomatoes, you could pull up what you're weeding and lay it down as mulch around your other plants. And then, if you are going to water early in the morning or even in the middle of the night would be great too. People water in the middle of the day when the water dries up. It's not a really good use of it. So, gardening is great. I would like to put a lot more energy into it. Okay, weight loss. Eat earlier at night. Have lunch as the main meal. We need more fuel early in the day than late at night. Seaweeds can help not only the thyroid gland, which governs metabolism, but seaweeds can help rev up our metabolism. Eat more slowly. Another thing is to make a list of other ways to reward yourself. We kind of think like, oh, I was really good today. I get to have a ice cream cone or something like that. But it's like, well, what are other ways we could reward ourselves? Like, I could read a novel. I could read a magazine. I could call my sister in Portland. I could, crochet for half an hour. I could go for a walk. I could call a friend. So what are other ways to reward ourselves? For me, aromatherapy baths. I love that. And I don't fill the tub up that high, but that really helps me to be sane. And then let all my tension and stress out the drain.
And exercise.
Mm-hmm. And then I think the grains are really what's making people fat. We've all seen the fat-free frenzy, which made everyone gain weight. Fat-free salad dressing, and fat-free cookies, and fat-free, cream cheese and everything. So that didn't really work. We need good quality fats. I like hemp seed. I like avocados. Facebook this week, there's a picture of an avocado looking in the mirror. I'm fat. And I'm good fat. And I don't worry about avocados. So when we eat raw fat, there's an enzyme in the raw fat called lipase that helps us to digest the fats. And I think that's a problem because, when you're drinking milk, the enzymes that would have been in there to help you digest the milk have been pasteurized out. So if we did get our fats from avocados and hemp seeds and raw nuts, we would probably do a lot better. Spend more time naked. That's always a reality. Wake up, gosh, when I lived in the Virgin Islands and we were like naked almost all the time, I think we even drove to the beach a few times naked. Like that's how wild it was then. Like we were all so slender because there was nothing to hide, just, what else? Dry brush skin massaging. Divorce is great for weight loss. Okay, but then, what can you do? But lunch is the main meal, if at all possible. Crochet. Your friends are sitting around eating chips. It's like, knit one, throw two. Don't bother me. And if you flossed and brushed your teeth, it's like the kitchen is closed. Tempt me not. Yeah, I'll have some tomorrow. I'm fine. Chill. Okay. What are your favorite personal herbs? Let's see. Stinging nettles. Yes, that is definitely one. And dandelion. I'm into medicine for the people. You know, what's free and available. And I love this when they ask me on Christian radio shows. Cannabis. Not that I'm a pothead or a pot smoker, but when I think of a plant that could do so many things to help all the environmental problems of our planet, like making fuel and paper and fabric, and could make plastics. I mean, so many of our environmental crises could be remedied by growing the hemp plant. You know, George Washington said, grow the hemp plant everywhere. Thomas Jefferson said it. It really is one of the most useful plants on the planet. And just like I don't think golden seal is an everyday herb or echinacea is an everyday herb, I don't think cannabis needs to be an everyday herb unless maybe people with chronic pain or something. But again, even those people, it's like there's other things for pain. There's valerian, there's kava kava, there's corydalis, there's other things we can do for pain. You might want to correct the pain and, do yoga or get Rolf so you don't have so much pain, get off of those allergens that are creating the inflammation. But I really do think that hemp could save our planet from so many environmental illnesses. And one of the reasons that it's probably been illegal for so long is it competes with a lot of industrial complexes, plastic and, on, and the gas industry and the cotton industry, which uses a lot of pesticides. So I think that's a really important plant. And I'm, putting myself out there as an herbalist to say, I don't know another plant that makes paper, food, fuel, fabric, lamp oil, plastics. There's some other good plants out there, but none of them do that much. So I've got to give credit where credit's due. The Bible says, behold, I've given you every herb-bearing seed, which is upon the face of the earth. He didn't say but not that one. That was human doing and intervention. And there's also, if we want to talk Bible, in the Bible they talk about the holy anointing oil that is made with olive oil, cinnamon, myrrh, and cannabosum, which got translated in the Bible as calamus. But calamus is somewhat toxic, contains beta-acerone, somewhat of a nerve toxin. And so a lot of rabbis and priests, and they're saying, it's probably not calamus, which is a freshwater plant that doesn't grow abundantly in the Middle East. It's probably cannabosum. I'll just leave that to you to figure out. Okay, so that would be huge, wouldn't it? Okay, personal favorite herbs, nettles. So if I were going to another planet, I would bring seeds of cannabis, nettles, and dandelion. Herbs. What are the most powerful herbs you know? Well, you should come to the psychedelic conference. But I don't think, I'm not someone into recreational party, all the thing. I mean, I really think that there are some very powerful herbs that come from different places that have been used shamanically with prayer and intention. And they're not for everybody. My friend Terrence McKenna used to say, most people are just better off leaving these things alone. But, I certainly see that these are also plants that could help wake people up. And if used in the right context, where maybe you had a guide and somebody keeping the space safe, they could be amazing life changers, like ayahuasca or peyote or psilocybin. But I think a lot of people totally miss the mark when they use them at a rock concert with 50,000 people and headbanger music. Oh gosh, I would never want to do that. Okay, fibromyalgia. There was a study done in Finland where they gave people double-blind, no, it wasn't double-blind, but it was a study done, half the people went on a raw food diet, the other half went on a vegan diet. The people on the raw food diet had 100% remission of fibromyalgia. It's supposed to be an incurable disease. A couple other things helpful for fibromyalgia. Apples, which are high in malic acid, magnesium, vitamin B6, and I usually say sting your fibromyalgic areas with stinging nettles. I know this sounds like crazy, broken record. I see people in my nettle patch, stinging their elbows and their wrists and their scalp, and really, it's so powerful, their backs. The other day, my friend Charles, my best guy friend, he has arthritis in his feet. When he goes off gluten, he doesn't have arthritis, but, Okay, Charles, get away from me with that, get away from me. And then I got his foot between his toes, and he said, wow, that really helped. And like yesterday, he came over to pick some nettles so he could take it on his trip to help the arthritic joint pain. So that is really powerful. Enzymes can really help. This isn't fibromyalgia, but I had a client a while back who came to see me with MS when she was first diagnosed with MS. And it was when I was first into raw foods. And I don't eat 100% raw anymore. I did for 10 years. But she said, I'm going to try raw foods. And now she has a company called Two Moms in the Raw, which you've probably seen at Natural Grocers. And she doesn't have MS. I had a boyfriend, Red Elk, he was diabetic. And in 1 month of him eating chia and quinoa and amaranth and none of the glutinous grains, they said he didn't have diabetes anymore in 1 month. So it's not like I do anything. I'm just like trying to tell people, try this, try this. I don't heal people. I teach people to heal themselves, and they're the ones that have to do it. And natural medicine works best for people that are motivated. You can't make somebody give up eating the things that they love, but if they're ready and they want to do it, natural medicine is great. It's good for the planet. It's good for the people. So, did I leave anything out? Oh, I think we got it. Heart, helping to listen to your heart, prayer, meditation, with the memory. I think we got it. Hey, yay! Thanks for coming out. Woo! Sunday. Thank you so much to Mavis and to Natasha and to you listeners who are out there. We really appreciate you coming and learning about this amazing ancient tradition that deserves to be in our everyday world. So many blessings.
Yay.
Thank you everybody for coming. We'd love to hear from you on Facebook, so if you enjoyed this, just write us a good note, and we'll be hopefully seeing you guys again soon.
Thank you.
Ever the stinging nettles, when you first use it, would exacerbate the problem for us before?
Yeah, it comes and it burns and it itches for about 5 minutes.